Shamka. Shamka Daning. Mashpaka. Baruk Yahuah. Something happened yesterday with the video, which was day 2 of the Goshen To Hillsboro, Oregon. I transferred the video to the laptop, seems fine. I go to open it, it says files corrupted. It doesn't exist on the phone anymore. I don't know if it can be restored. I'm not sure, but there's so much gorgeous country coming across North Dakota. We just had these amazing clouds with the sun shining crepuscular rays through there, just filled with beauty. But I wanted to let you guys know that although yesterday started out as a very, very sorrow-filled day for me, I was reconciled with my Yahusha. We had a great conversation. We grew, both of us, and increased understanding. And Abba used that trial to strengthen our union, our marriage. Hallelujah. Yahuah. All esteem to Yahuah. So much in Palal to him for this, and he hears and answers our Palals. Baruk Yahuah. Yeah, 750 miles that we got yesterday, and I don't know what's gonna happen with the video. Maybe it's something I can do to restore it. The file size looks accurate, so it's claiming to be the right size. It's the proper extension of the other files, like MP4. I don't know. I don't understand, but Abba knows, and he has his reasons and he has his purposes. So it is, I think it's 4:44 the local time here, but my work revolves around Indiana clock, and so it's 6:45. I've already done a little walk around here, made some coffee, about ready to get us back out onto the road. I put a fuel stop in here in an hour and 31 minutes. It's one of the last opportunities that I'm going to have to get anything at a decent price. So I just realized something. Oh my gosh, I just realized something. I'm supposed to get, oh boy, I have to get a certain amount of fuel by the end of this month, or I'm gonna have like a lot of credits basically like flushed. So with the pilot fuel program that I'm using along with my Com Data card, you have to get 1,000 gallons of fuel in a month, and you can unlock this shower every day, or some of the unlimited showers, but it's not really unlimited, I mean, it's like one a day, but who needs more than that, right? Okay, I have 848, which is oh shoot, what's that come out to be? 152. This tank back here is down to an eighth. Let me turn this on. This tank in the back is down to an eighth. This right here is at 3/4, so that's gonna probably push that up, maybe filled. Turn on a little 10-minute timer, as I usually do for that. Oh boy. Now if I go into my fuel book, what would be, oh, they got, dang, I can get fuel before I get to Portland also. So anyways, I'm gonna have to do that. I may have to get, even though it's dang $3.50, it's cheaper than Washington. You know, it sucks that fuel costs so much out west. I mean, it's crazy how high it is. Anyway, I really just wanted to let you guys know, because on day one, I really wanted to let you guys know that all is well in my household. Because on day one, I was really upset. Yesterday I did the video, I explained a lot of things. Now, I don't know if that video is lost or what. But the most important thing I wanted to say right now is that Halal Yahuah Palals were heard and answered, and I love my Yashar'Al so much. I miss her. I can't wait to be back home. I'm gonna be back home soon. Abba willing. I'm gonna drop this trailer on the 1st of July, and today is Sunday, June 29th. So I have all day tomorrow, all day today, all day tomorrow, and then just an early drop on Tuesday. I'll try to get there right when they open, you know. I'm actually thinking about driving through Portland at like, I don't even know, bro, like 3 or 4 a.m. Just get through there while it's, you know, as slow as possible. Then may obviously be waiting a little bit at the dealer and stuff like that, but honestly, I'd rather do that than fight them devils out on the road. This is the modern spiritual warfare that I'm engaged in. You know, this is my version of fighting giants. I just wish I was slaying them, because all I feel like I'm doing is fighting them off. Man, I pulled off yesterday. This is a remote place. It was water. There were all these warning signs, but I read a few and I was like, okay. And then I pulled in there and I went down a ways and it bent around to the left and there was a split. And so I backed this trailer and down into the split, and I got out and I lowered this window down and I grabbed the ram's horn and I went out near the edge of the road where the water was beyond me, and I just blasted that thing with all my might, all the breath in me just coming out, and I was blasting that thing, and then I did a shout, Rumamu, you know, and I was like, oh, this is cool that I got to share it, because it isn't about the video, it's about being in front of the creation, testifying, magnifying, esteeming Yahuah for all these birds and the bugs and, you know, some people over there and the malakim before Hashemayim Ha'aretz, all that. And I wanted to be able to share that with you guys, and I don't know, now I think it's lost. So I'll have to do some more of those. And I'm willing, I'll keep doing. We'll find places. We'll go a little off the beaten path. I did all right back in the trailer like that. I mean, you know, I was not concerned about hitting anything, because there wasn't nothing really there to hit. And but not having a backer, so I prefer not to back at all. I don't know. Baruk Yahuah. All is well. Got a lot to do today. I'm gonna get busy rolling out. I should do my log right quick, because like I said, I already did an inspection. I just hadn't logged nothing yet. So Sunday. On duty. technically should be 6:30. Okay, and then I'm gonna put us in driving route. Got 8 minutes. I'm just gonna do that. Got 4 more minutes on the pump, and I'm gonna check that too. I lost track. I think I might have done. It's math on math. I don't get it. If I did 60 minutes of pump time, then that's basically like 1.5 of a tank. 30, 15, 45, but it's supposed to be 90 something. You know what I mean? 95. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. No comprendo. Yo no comprende. Unless the truck in the tank is like a 50-gallon tank, then. But see, I don't recall running the tank down and doing it and then filling the tank, because I'm always try to pump out all what I got there in the reserve into here, so that I don't have old fuel in the reserve. You know, whatever's in the truck tank is getting burned up. That's guaranteed. We're putting down a lot of miles. We got 1,073 so far on this trip, and really it was all of Saturday, which was yesterday, and only some of Friday. So not even halfway. It's gonna be 2,000, maybe 600 something. No, maybe not. Maybe that's all till I get all the way back home. Regardless, it's a lot of miles. Truck has, I put 14,000 on it so far, which ain't nothing in this world. Some of these guys, I got to talk to a guy that had over 650,000 miles on his truck. Facts. I was like, wow, dude, for real? Dang. And I mean, you know, they have major componentry work done, transmission and engine and stuff like that. So it's definitely not no game out here. Been learning a lot, but still have a lot more to learn. And Shalum Yahuah, he got me one to Washington already. Now he got me one to Oregon. It's just like let me get back home for a bit. So yeah, the fuel and the shower and that, I'm gonna need to get well, shoot, I don't know. That's I don't want to get to where I'm only like 30 gallons short, you know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, let me get 30 gallons on pump 7 for my man right here. Obviously, I don't want to do that. That could be, you know, very expensive. $100. But I want to try to cash in on that promotion that they have too. Okay, we'll turn the pump off. She's reading pretty darn full. All's well there. No need for nothing else. Let's see what happens if I click this on. See, I don't like that. It says I've been driving. It cut my check in half and put the rest of the miles on the driving thing. That's not what I said. I don't like the way it does that, because it does like 15-minute increments, and it'll shift your stuff around on you. What? Yo, you stupid thing. Why is it saying that my exceeded my... It's like it didn't give me my refresh. So that's 3:15. We go back. Sunday. 3. Okay, so this... That's wild. Talking about, bro? I don't feel like the logbook should fight you. You know, like if it was a regular pencil book, you know, you fill it out. It don't fight you. This thing acts all kind of weird. Like, I had the heck of a time with it until I told my phone it had to stay on Eastern time no matter what. It couldn't change. Because as you travel, your phone changes time zones, then your logs get all jacked up. You know? It took me a while to figure that out. And then I started to realize that, it rounds. It has some kind of way that it rounds to the nearest 15-minute intervals. Right? Like just right there, it tried to make my 10 hours that I just took to be 9 hours and 45 minutes instead. It rounded it down. See what I'm saying? So then it was like, oh, you. Then when I entered that I was going to go driving, it gave me like an error, a violation, or whatever. It's technology, dude. It ain't nothing going on with logs. It's a damn app. It's the dang tech. Just like that stupid Google Maps. That thing is retarded. I went on the laptop. I plotted a route. I look at it on the screen is exactly what I want. I go copy link, share to my shop. She opens it up on her phone, and her phone what is it that they do if you miss a turn? It reroutes it. And it was a totally different route. Because what did it do? It tried to force you to go up to Chicago, just like it does every single time you're anywhere near Chicago. It tries to reroute you to cut through there. Heck to the nah, feathered serpent. I ain't going into your den. That's your buffet for I ain't on your menu, devil. Baruk Yahuah, Hallelujah Yahuah. That just ain't how that's gonna go down. Okay, so this guy got jackered up because it's supposed to be safety check. I ain't driven nothing yet. Foosball. Oh, that's delicious. All right, I'm gonna get us back out here on this interstate, and I'll be back with you shortly. Ruach Ha'Qadash. We're gonna try to capture some more of that beauty. Look at these hills. The sun is probably just about to come up over the horizon back there. Almost right behind us, because we're going dead west right now. I'm seeing a bunch of cattle out over there, and there's these oil pumps. I don't know if these are. I just was thinking, like, when people say they work on an oil rig, are they talking about that? I thought they were talking about something much larger. Okay, like, for example, there's 3 of them right here coming up, right? You see that red clay dirt right in the middle of that green pasture, and then those 3 things pumping. Those are pumps, those aren't drills. Okay, I know that Mark was talking about what he was doing, a loader for the oil rig, but where they're doing fracking, like drilling, like going down and trying to discover some new stuff. At least that's the way I understand it. I guess I would like to ask him more questions about it sometime. I know he'll more than willing to sit down and talk and answer anything. He's my beloved brother, for sure. I'm missing him so much. Yeah, halal that all is well with him, because he's just up with Abba. Goes up into, calls them Ruach Mountains, because it's I think it's called Wind River Mountain. Wind is like Ruach, breathe, breath, spirit. There's a bunch more over here, cattle, that is. If you happen to be the kind of person who might understand what happened to my video from yesterday, I transferred it from my phone to my laptop, and it said it was, I'm thinking that it said it was, dang, I don't want to say it and get it wrong, but 72 gig? I think that's what it said. Anyways, it was big, long, one of these big, long videos, 8.5 hours, something, maybe 9. And so it says that it has all that size to it, and it says that it's an MP4, and then when I go to play it, and I am using this player that has the little construction cone. It plays a lot of different types of extensions, that's why I like to use it, and it's free. But I also tried to play it in like some of the default Microsoft apps, like Photos, Movies and Photos, simple players, I guess, like that. It's not working. I don't know, something needs to be recovered on it or what, but either way, it's alright, Abba gives and Abba takes away. So he has his purposes and his reasons for all the things that he does. Like, man. So yeah, we're definitely going to have a complete day ahead of us. Yahuah, cover us, keep all the equipment safe, reliable, deliver us from wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash, protect us from mindless, senseless drivers out here. Allow me to return home swiftly and safely in your Qadashayam of Yahusha. Hallelujah. right there, and it's got that dew on it. We're up early enough, everything's got the dew and the moisture on it. Slept really well once again. The mattress being more filled, more firm, it's really a difference maker. Cheap little cup, $1.83 I think it was. Cover the switch so that it doesn't press up against the door, because if you push in on the switch, because it is meant to push in and slide to different positions, which is cool, you know, it's got a power inflate and a power deflate. But I would say maybe a little issue with the design is that it doesn't have a position to lock the switch, so that, you know what I'm saying, it's always kind of like able to slide around. And if you push on it just a little, you'll hear this slowly, you know. Well, that's what was happening. It would inflate it all the way. It's larger than the back seat, the cab. It's the smallest one I could get, but the dimension of that bed is a little bit longer and a little bit wider than what you got here. So then it would press up against the door, and that would just push that switch in just ever so much. And, you know, after a few hours, the bed would just be all soft, and I was saying it was like a hammock, because it would be dipped down for my weight, you know. Anyway, I got the idea, like, just to try to cover it so it could still press. It could press really hard up against the door, really. I mean, it doesn't need to, but it could, and it wouldn't cause it to leak. So I didn't even add anything to it for like a couple days. I mean, I'm gonna, you know, because it'll lose a little over time anyways. But no, it's doing great, and I slept very well. And there go the sun. You're about ready to get. Oh dang! You can almost get it in the camera. I saw it in my mirror when I was just talking just now. He's definitely up over the horizon. Probably just not gonna be able to get it because it's really just behind us, you know. So I was going to listen to some more, or some of this news report and see what they're saying. Keep an eye out on the beauty that's all around us. Look at all this land. Just look at all this land. Why are people stacked up all on top of each other in apartment buildings? Why? We dang sure could have like some little communal crops and you know, local herdsmen. Be able to have some land, have some cattle, have some chickens. I think that would be awesome. Pretty little mound, hill, whatever right there.
says 71 people were killed in the Israeli attack on Evin prison in Tehran last week, including staff and people visiting prisoners. Ukraine attracts young recruits with higher pay to deal with a shortage of frontline troops as Russia attacks intensify. Plus,
I'm Barnaby Low in the central Philippine island of Batasan. Floods have become a daily reality. You see around here, rising 3 times faster than the global average.
All right, bro. Wow. You hear that? An island in the Philippines, and they're claiming that the sea is rising 3 times faster than the global average. Okay, water always finds its level. And newsflash, the oceans of the earth are connected. So one ocean doesn't rise faster than another ocean. Like, please don't let these people trick you like that. That's wild, bro. I mean, that would be like saying, oh, I don't know, you have a swimming pool, okay? All the water in the swimming pool is level, flat, right? Okay? Then someone says the water on the west end of the pool is higher than the water on the east end of the pool. Or the pool's completely drained and you start filling it and it gets halfway filled, and someone says, hey look, I observe that this portion of the pool is filling up faster than the rest of the pool. Do you know how many people have come with like photographic evidence? Here's a rock formation in the ocean. My shot just recently had a post just like this. This photograph was taken and there's the date. Okay? And this could be like over 100 years ago. The exact same location, the exact same rocks. And the photos are identical. There's no rise in it. Everyone's wanting to believe this. It is crazy. It is a crazy thing. Because the other argument was, do you think that a person like Barack Obama is going to spend tens of millions of dollars to purchase a house that's on the sea if it's legit? Like, oh, the sea is rising, like my house is going to be underwater. Does it make any sense? Doesn't make any sense. A lot of the things on Aratz move in cycles, and some of the cycles are long and some of them are short. Okay? Day and night cycles is very short. It happens often 364 times a year. Seasons a little bit longer. 91 days, give or take. Right? Hey, look at here, we got some buffalo, family. Hallelujah. Romamuya. Okay? Then you got your year, it's 364 days, it goes like that. Right? 52 weeks. 52 times 7 every year. Never changes, never moves, no variance, no 0.369, whatever. None of that. Then I would believe that there are other types of cycles that happen. Wow, look at that canyon out in the distance. Can you guys see that? I wonder if that's what they're calling the unwell lands. Is that what that is? Dang, you guys, look at that. Whoa. have to go over here. We're gonna have to stop. Go over here. Anyway, I think that, like, we know that there are Yubalim, right? It's a fifth series of 50 years. But I think that there also could be things that cycle that have to do almost like with the type of breathing that the earth does. Like breathing. There are windows in heaven. The winds move in and out. Yeah, for real. The motion is there, the high pressure, the low pressure, all of it. The freezing, the thawing, the freezing, the thawing. Okay? And I think that sometimes that can be like more, like increased, decreased, etc. Okay, I'm seeing this rest area here, but I'm not sure. Dang it. I don't know what kind of a view we might get. Let's just try. Let's just try. I know it's crazy early, but let's get a ram's horn out. What do you say? What do you say, family? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Painted Canyon, they calling it. All right. HD 1 ton heavy duty truck makes a lot of, like, rough, you know. Boom. Multi hauler. Got a lot of RVs out here, a lot of campers and whatnot. Wow, look at that, you guys. I want to try to get, oh dang, there's literally like a buffalo right here. You guys, you're not gonna believe this, man. This guy's, he's rubbing up against the, he's literally just rubbing himself up against a fence post. And I'm not kidding you. There's literally a buffalo like right here. Right there. Look at that guy. Dude. Dude. I just got my mind blown. For real. Unfortunately, there's like a lot of folks here. So I don't know. I want to be able to, oh, this guy's like, hey, you're in my way, I need to take a picture. I know that this is not proper, whatever, but this is what I'm finna do. Or should I? Yeah, I think I should. I don't want to be like obnoxious, irritant to anybody, but I want to blow the ram's horn right now. I can't believe we just had a buffalo, like right, like wow. I know everybody's probably like, go back, get more of the buffalo. We got what we got from Abba, y'all. Come on. Hallelujah. so gorgeous, you guys. Baruk Yahuah. Wow, it's unreal. It's unreal. I'm gonna take a quick picture of the buffalo for my Shah, my barn.
Israel's siege and war on Gaza are pushing those most vulnerable to the brink of starvation and death. At least 100.
Wow. This is so crazy, you guys. So cool, though. With this wire. Yo, like what? Dude, this is a trip. Like, homeboy's literally like right there. Man, Abba be praised. See, if we were just out dwelling on our own land, that thing would just kind of wander right on up into our camp. There's this old guy in front of me. He don't know what to think. He did a triple take. You know, he's just wandering right off. Like, did I see what I just think I just saw? Yeah, you did, bro. He's a big boy too. They're so strong. I just think they're incredible animals, incredible creatures. The beast of the field, Baruk Yahuah. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling, huh? Maybe this video won't get corrupted or lost or whatever. I'm gonna probably just try to upload it directly from the phone. I bought a USB-C to USB-C charging cable, because there is a USB-C port on my Jackery, and I can keep the phone charged all throughout the night, because if I try to upload a video like on 5G, it'll kill the phone, and I can't run the truck all night, you know. But with this cable, I was able to successfully upload one, so that was cool. I think that, oh, see, that's that, I think that's that husband and wife team that we passed the other day. I think that was them. They must be overnighting here. This is actually a great place to overnight. Oh my gosh, there's where all the buffaloes are. Y'all wait, watch. You're getting more of a treat right here. Man, hallelujah. You do see them, right? They're just grazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 10 of them. Right there. You do see them, right? I never tried to zoom in with this before. Yeah, it didn't really do too much. I'm gonna do that. There they go again, family. Man, Baruk Yahuah, dude. That's so awesome. Yawesome. So I guess that one, he just kind of went off on his own. He's like, I'm gonna go over here. There isn't anything keeping them out. Those guys right there, they're able to come right on into this rest area. And they're not doing anything hostile. You know what I mean? Do pull all that somebody don't mess with them and act a fool and then get put right in their little person place, because they're not some toy meddle with and feed frickin' Cheetos and toxic poison crap. Like, they should be respected, you know, for real. Dang, hallelujah, look at that. That's so gorgeous. And that painted canyon is unreal. Just unreal, next level. Wow. Alright, I just told my truck to go 71 from 45. Let's see how she chooses to do it. Look at that, no downshifting. She's just, well done. Look at that. Definitely digging 94, bro. I'm gonna be looking to take this 94 some more, because that's sweet. And this road right here is actually very well surfaced, very smooth. Oh, what kind of view you're getting now? Look at that. Oh, hallelujah. Woo! Boy. Now that is Yafa. Beauty filled. Look at that. Wow. Dang, man. Oh, here go more up around this corner. This painted canyon is pretty large. I thought it was really just kind of that right there. No. Oh, no. Here we go. You ready? Bing, bong, bing, bong, 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 bing, bing, bong, bing, bong, bong, bing, bong, bong. Oh wow! Look at that. If this fence wasn't right here, you could actually just pull right off onto that right there and kind of camp right in it. Of course you wouldn't, because it's right by the road and there's a fence and all that. I'm saying if all that stuff wasn't there, you know. Then again, we wouldn't be able to just go whipping through here 70 miles an hour, right? Yeah. crazy cold here. So it must be like times that this is all under snow. Ooh, wow, that'd be something to see too. Something indeed. Because of all the shapes. Yeah, this is quite the place. Wow. Breathtaking stuff. Yeah, so this I remember seeing this place, Medora. It was actually one of the best fuel price places too. But I got us a place that I chose. I'm gonna stick with it because I wanted to try and get more gallons. Right, if I stop now, it'd be a little bit too early. That's alright. Can't always get the cheapest place. You just have to try to work it out so that it's one of the cheapest, you know. And you do try to get the cheapest, but sometimes it's you have a little too much already on board. There's a lot of birds flying all around that bridge. There must be some kind of access to bugs or something. Continuing too down here. Wow. What a place. Falling in love with this place. Bro. Some people go to Las Vegas and see all the lights and think, oh wow, look at this place. No man, not even close. You know, I won't be surprised somewhere nearby here, you know, less than a Shabbos day journey will be some incredible water. Down back in there where it gets low, I can't even imagine finding a water spot and camping there, a little creek, pond, whatever. Oh wow, look at this. This says it's Little Missouri Scenic River. Get a glimpse of that, family. Look at that, see? I told you. Whoo, boy. Oh, that is something else. Wow, that was... Dude, bro, really? Wow. Sorry. Oh my God. like, can I just go live there forever, just unplug? No, you can't. Not with the beast system ruling. No superior. You're gonna pay for that, serpent. Abba made this place for us. He made all this for us, not for you. You could have had your inheritance. You could have submitted and obeyed the Father. No. Having dwelt with him already and knowing better and having no excuse. No atonement given. Remember, he's not the deceived one. He's the deceiver. Come out of her. Come out of her. Seek Avayah while there is still yet time, of which there is very little. Very little. I'm looking upon this wondrous creation, and then there's an image on my phone of skin and bone, literal skin and bone, starving child from Gaza. Here's a beast. Here, what is this, cattle? This is not cattle. Still. They're still amazing creatures if you really want to know the truth. One of the most amazing creatures. This is called Golden Valley. How appropriate. Golden Valley County. Is it not golden right now? Yeah. And you got the sun right in the shot. The window you're looking out. Baruk Atah. Narrow path less traveled. Broad is the road that leads to destruction. Narrow is the gate. Few that there be that shall find. The true King, King of Kings, Malak Sadak, Yahusha, Hamashiach, Amanuel, Elohim with us. Hallelujah. Buffalo Gap. Check-in on my loan app real quick. So try to remember. Wow, bro, that's off the chain. Chicka chain. first I was like, wait, is this some kind of like little monument that they built at the thing? And then I'm like, wait, no, Big Boy's rubbing himself on the fence post like this. Like he was just scratching his back. Yesterday, when I was on the phone, actually I was talking to my bond. He's really into weather. He's really into whirlwinds and things. And I passed Dominator 3, which is Reed Timmer's latest storm chaser vehicle. Like featured in different television shows and stuff. And then later on, when it got closer to evening, my boy was sending me pictures of whirlwinds, like really defined cone down on the ground, like where's that? Like pretty much where I had just come from. Wow. Ruach Yahuah. You know? It can go extremely unwell for us out here traveling across the country with trailers attached to our trucks and then stuff like that. Get caught up in that, you know. And they're happening regularly now, and it will still continue to increase because judgment. Look at this water. Oh yeah. Would you call that living waters? I sure would. There's a lot of life in there. I wonder what Camel Hump Lake is like. That's the exit that you would take for it right there. Exit 10 off of I-94. Go east or north. Yeah, these clouds are like yesterday. You don't have near as much in your current view, but straight ahead, it just goes on and on and on. Might get a sweeping view of it here because this road is bending to the left, but I don't think it's enough. We'll see. There's a bunch of flowers down here in the median. Like little sunflowers. Like, I don't know, little daisies or something. They're kind of brown in the center with yellow petals. You're getting a little bit. Well, you're gonna get a little bit more, maybe. Aren't they pretty though? Home on the range. Like that song, right? Home on the range. It says the skies are not cloudy all day. Well, these sure are cloudy. Because they're gorgeous clouds, actually. That's just delicious. Gonna be stopping here in about 38 minutes. I'm trying to work on my coffee some more because my plan was to get a refill there.
20 infants are being diagnosed each day with conditions related to acute hunger. Health officials say that 66 people have died of malnutrition since the war began, and 5,000 children aged between 6 months and 5 years were treated for malnutrition in May. Many mothers in Gaza are unable to breastfeed their babies because they're malnourished themselves. Palestinian rights groups say markets have run out of stocks of fortified infant milk. Doctors say more children may die without formula and blame Israel's blockade for the shortages. Baruk Atah has more from outside Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, Central Gaza's largest health facility.
Now I know that Yahusha said that, the poor will always be among us, and we know that there's going to be famine and everything all the way up until the end, and it's just going to get worse and worse. But think about it. Again, land. Look at all this land. You could have thousands of cattle out here running free range all over, and the buffalo too. Man just messes everything up. And worse too, the serpent. And those who are consumed by the lies of Hashatan. They become twisted and consumed by greed, selfishness, you know? That's what robbing all the other people, Yahuwah's children, of really what, you know, their birthright, what it's just abomination.
Despite the mounting scale of Israeli ground and aerial attacks, Gaza is still experiencing a very impending humanitarian crisis, where recently we started to get reports from Gaza's health ministry confirming that there has been a very severe shortage of all kinds of formula milk left available in Gaza's hospitals, which absolutely will trigger massive repercussions for mothers and newborn babies. And in order to understand this from a very profound perspective, I'm joined right now by Christy Blacker. She is an emergency nurse operating at the moment with Panzima at Nasser Hospital. Thank you so much, Christy, for sharing your time with Al Jazeera English. Could you give us a sense about that severe shortage of formula milk that currently exists in Gaza's hospitals?
So at the moment, at the hospital we're based at in Gaza City, there's a shortage of every kind of medical supply, but at the moment we're seeing a lot of our most vulnerable, which are our babies. There's not enough food for them. We've got pregnant women that are in the ICU that need to be fed through the nasogastric tube. We don't have the food for that, so therefore they're not getting enough nutrients to lactate to be able to provide their own food for their babies. So therefore the food for the neonatal food that we desperately need, the formula and everything, there's just not enough of it, and our most vulnerable are dying. We've seen a couple of babies die over the last couple of days in Gaza City, so it's really desperate here.
And I know that you have been here in Gaza for almost 4 weeks, and could you give us a sense about what you have seen and felt once you stepped in, and how desperate is the medical reality across Gaza, including also repercussions resulted from such shortage on mothers as well?
So when we first arrived, it was so overwhelming. We've seen the pictures, so we probably knew what we were coming into, but what you see on the ground here, nothing can prepare you for just how malnourished the people are, and just the look of desperation. We're seeing children going through the rubbish trying to find something to eat. We're seeing on a daily basis mass casualty events coming in from the aid distribution, where people are so desperate out there to get food to feed their families, and there's just nothing, and they're going out there, they're getting shot, and they're coming in, and we're having to deal with these injuries, which then are taking away the breadwinners or the people that can provide for their families. We've got children that might be 9 or 10 years old that look like 2-year-olds. We've got wounds that aren't healing because of malnourishment, and we've also got a massive increase of respiratory illnesses due to the massive amounts of bombs being dropped on Gaza City and the rest of Gaza at the moment.
Right, and there's been no let-up in Israeli attacks on Gaza, with at least 16 people killed in airstrikes across the Gaza Strip, including at least one person waiting for food at a distribution centre. 5 of them died in Khan Yunis when a drone struck a tent sheltering displaced civilians.
All right, so they're coming into Montana right now. Adios, North Dakota. We'll see you next time. I was really digging big sky. Yeah, you'd think, especially if you do a, pan around the whole. Yeah, it's a thing. It's an amazing thing too. Got a train up here on the side of me. We're about ready to catch up to the tail end of it. Billings is 251 miles. How long would that take to get to 251? 60, several hours. I'm not doing that. Still gonna go to this place. It's only 30 minutes away. Wow. And we'll get, we'll get some. I know definitely gonna be able to get at least that 50 gallons. We'll get more. We need to get 120. No, I forgot. It's 128. Well, we'll find out how much is left after I get what I get. That's the way we'll deal with that. I'm willing. I'm gonna hit that goal. Abba, help me. Excuse me. Because I think, honestly, like the showers, because they are accessible and available, and that will greatly reduce the amount of times that I need to get a hotel room. I don't want to have to spend money on motel if I can. Kind of steer clear of that. Bringing a lot of my own water. I may try to get a couple more jugs. May even put well water in the empty distilled water jugs just to do that. Got all the food, stovetop, don't have to spend a bunch on a room. Baruk Atah. Wow, look at those golden clouds you got there. Gorgeous. I don't think you can see out here. I don't know if you can, but these are the clouds that just continue out west. We're going a little bit northwest right now. We're going to shift back here in a sec. More due west. Just lay it out in front of you. All the way down.
Trump has signaled his determination to achieve a ceasefire and secure the release of Israeli captives still held in Gaza. In the last few hours, he posted on his Truth Social account saying, "Make the deal in Gaza, get the hostages back." So what are the prospects for a ceasefire? Well, Hamda Sanhot is in Jordan's capital Amman, and she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside of Israel and the occupied territories. Hamda, what's Israel saying about the potential of a ceasefire here?
The Israeli Prime Minister convened his cabinet in the early morning hours on Sunday, and he's set to meet with his security chiefs later tonight to discuss this very issue. Last week, Netanyahu has said that Israeli negotiators were still talking to mediators behind the scenes. There was this open line of communication, but that was for a 60-day pause in the fighting, something that was temporary. Now, the Americans, specifically the U.S. president himself, has been calling for a deal in the last 48 hours, calling on the Israelis to end the war, saying, quote, sign the deal. But there hasn't been any sort of signal from the Israeli government that that's where they're heading, given the fact that just a few weeks ago they were expanding their military operations in the Gaza Strip, and after the conflict with Iran, saying that they are shifting gears again towards Gaza, but with a much different scope, saying that while they are nearing their objectives, they are still not there. They haven't accomplished what they set out to achieve back in October of 2023.
Hamda, we've also seen that Trump's made more comments on Truth Social, specifically about the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial. How is that being interpreted in Israel?
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump calling it, quote, a political witch hunt, something that the American president is familiar with himself, using this term during his own political trials when he was not president, but rather when he was a candidate after his first term in the United States. So President Trump saying that the United States gives Israel billions of dollars every year, supports them more than any other country in the world, and the Israeli Prime Minister shouldn't have to go through this corruption trial, something he had been evading for years beforehand. In fact, is scheduled to resume tomorrow. The Israeli Prime Minister even asked for a 2-week recess in the trial, something the court had rejected.
Sorry if you were tracking with her. It's like, whoa, 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 you know. But the way station is closed, Baruk Yahuah. Coming into a new state, same road, and all of a sudden the road is like not even, I mean, we went from like being an 8 to being like a, maybe not an 8, I don't know. Shoot, as far as interstates go, maybe that thing was a 9, really. But then, you know, this, look at this. It's rough, it's bumpy, it's up and down, it's like neglected. Why? How is that the case? You know what I mean? This kind of thing should maybe be a little bit eye-opening to us, you know? I think that as Americans we tend to see ourselves as one in a way that's greater than, say, like, you can look at Europe. It's not really that large, and it's a bunch of different neighboring states consolidated together, really, isn't it? And, you know, you can go from one to the other, and there are differences, although there are trains and roads that connect them. Like, if you go to Walmart in Washington and try to buy a shotgun, you're going to just throw your hands up in the air and be like, pfft. They already have a 10-day waiting period. There's no one even there at the counter who can help you. You call them, and then they're like, oh, that person that can help you is out today or on medical leave or left home early. These are the things that I've heard. And then they're like, oh, did you get the online safety certificate course, whatever? And I'm like, no, what's that? I hadn't heard of it. And so, yeah, they have this, there's a fee that you got to pay, and then you got to wait to get your certificate, so it's just more of a tax and more of a waiting period. But if you go to other states, you go in there to the Walmart, somebody behind the counter, I'm interested in that shotgun right there, look at it, okay, I'll take it, buy it, go home. Yeah, they run your name through the computer to check and see if you have a felony background, or if you have any warrants, but that can come back in 15 minutes. It could take longer. I'm not saying that it can't. Sometimes it's of a delay. There's other things involved. It's checking, register like a bunch of different databases, basically, which is also kind of like to the same point, right? There's extreme variances between these states. Some have state taxes, some don't. Some have toll roads, some don't. Some have extended waiting periods, some don't. Some have crappy highways, and some don't. I don't know. 20 minutes. All right.
But Netanyahu himself says that he is innocent. He says that all of these charges were brought to him politically, meaning that these are his political opponents who are trying to essentially, what he says, accuse him of crimes that he did not commit. But nonetheless, Netanyahu responding on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that he and Trump will, quote, make the Middle East great again, but it's unclear, of course, exactly what they mean by that. Now, Netanyahu is scheduled to go back to the courtroom tomorrow on Monday in the morning.
All right, we'll have to see what the outcome of that is. Thanks very much. Hamza Salhoub there in Amman in Jordan. Now, Israel's war on Gaza has again taken the spotlight at this year's Glastonbury Music Festival in the UK. Displays of support for Palestinians were widespread, with several performers dedicating songs to them, as others highlighted the scale of devastation in Gaza. The British punk music duo Bob Dylan came under fire, though, for chanting death to the Israeli military. Now, police in the UK say they're studying videos of that performance. The BBC broadcast the annual 3-day festival, but said it...
Controlled opposition. Puppet. Oh yeah, these people that are pro-Palestine are chanting death to Israel. Yeah, I saw it on the news. Yeah. They're radicals, those guys, you know. Revolutionaries and all. Freaking weird, dude. You can't have sympathy for victims of genocide without being corralled in with that kind of nonsense. Bob Villain, play on Bob Dylan, but he's a villain, and then they spell it V-Y-L or some such thing. Never even heard of her. I don't know. But yeah, it's not cool.
Speed of replaying what it described as a deeply offensive show. The government and Israeli embassy condemned the band's comments. And the Irish rap group Kneecap performed at the festival. That's despite calls for a ban. The BBC didn't broadcast that performance live, but said it would be made available on its streaming platform. Politicians and some music industry executives had called on festival goers to drop the group. That's after one of its members was charged with a terrorism offence last month for allegedly displaying the flag of the armed group Hezbollah at a concert. At least 71 people are said to have been killed when Iran's Evin prison was hit during Israel's attacks on Tehran last week. Iranian officials say they included staff, prisoners, and people visiting inmates. Missiles are believed to have struck the prison, as well as 2 courtrooms inside the compound on Monday. Rasul Serdar is in Tehran, and he says Iran is studying why Israel targeted the prison.
Iran's spokesperson saying that we pulled the assassin
because it is a military target. Yeah, they were using the prisoners as human shields.
The damage that was created by Israeli airstrikes over Evin prison is now completed. We're seeing that Israel has targeted the prison's clinic, its technical parts, prosecutors' office, the visitation hall, and the cells. As a result, 71 people have been killed. Among them are the administrative staff, the constables, the police.
What happened? What happened? You got no signal out here? Oh, it's got no signal. It says do not enter, where it normally would say you have 2 bars or you have 3 bars. Remember, it's all satellites up there, so there's nothing obstructing this road from that outer space or inner space or cyberspace or Space Force or whatever it is up there. So how's it not blanketed? How's all this not blanketed with signal? The cell phone technology works off of ground-based technology, ground-based. Hey. That's why there are dead zones. Oh, it's going to start back up, I think. I see a 4G. Oh, back to a do not enter. Let's see what happens if I look at this notification from Windy. Oh, that one you can't click on. It says wind is 9 miles an hour and it's a headwind. Oof. Can't like that. Really can't. Of course, it isn't even going to know where I'm at, so why am I clicking on stuff? It's funny. It ever happened to you? Like think about when you're younger. Maybe it's going to happen to you. It could happen to you tomorrow, actually. Power goes out, and you're like, oh. You immediately realize that certain things aren't going to work. But then you go and start trying to use other stuff thinking that somehow it's going to work, but it's actually runs on electricity too, so
prisoners, the families of the prisoners who were
also
there
doesn't work,
and also neighbors who were living near the prison.
It's happened to me a few times. I think it's funny.
A century ago.
Over 60% of long-haul truckers.
All right. They're definitely trying to get me to buy that app, and I do not want to pay. Of the lambs, the wearing out of the Qadashayam. Look at that pretty little pond right down there. Pretty little pond right down there. Here we go again. To have launched more than 500 drones and missiles on Saturday night. Most were either shot down or went off track. That's according to Ukraine's Air Force. And one person is reported to have been killed. The attack targeted several regions, including western Ukraine. That's far from the front line. And Ukraine is reportedly running out of soldiers. As the war with Russia drags on, the strain on the Ukrainian military is growing. President Volodymyr Zelensky has so far resisted lowering the conscription age. They've been saying that for like 2 years anyways, right? And then they were like showing us little videos of them allegedly going in, like kidnapping guys to forcibly recruit them. Dang, out here is all more like that painted canyon. All out there. I don't know what it's going to be like on this side. We'll wait until we get around this bend a little bit. Because it could be on both sides. Not so much over here yet. But definitely out there. Wow. It just always reminds me of like some old spaghetti western, whatever. You know. It's gorgeous though. Absolutely gorgeous. Now see, it says I got 5G right here. Well, we're 10 minutes away from the truck stop. So, tell me.
from 25 to 18, but the government is now offering cash incentives, and that's to lure young men into the army. Asad Beg has this report from north-central Ukraine.
They've only just turned 18, legally adults and now eligible to fight. These new recruits are undergoing basic training, preparing to join the front lines. To entice them, the government is offering under 24s a controversial deal.
Back to no signal. Miles City 85. I can't remember what the name of the town is this stop is in. So there's a little bit of the kind of
$25,000 to sign up and another $25,000 after a year of service. It's the most soldiers never had, and that's caused some resentment. But Ukraine faces a harsh reality. It needs more troops fast.
I think the majority of men came here because they couldn't sign the contract before, like me. We were told we were too young. Now this opportunity has come.
They're learning first aid, how to down drones, and live fire drills. For many, it's also a way out of poverty, a wage few their age can earn elsewhere. There are conditions to the contract. The soldiers must serve in the infantry, which puts them in the most dangerous part of the battlefield, in the trenches and potentially face to face against Russian forces. It means these young men are not just expected to fight, they're expected to survive.
We signed up for a year. If all goes well, I'll continue. My job is to assault enemy trenches, defend our positions, and help take our land back.
They have at least another month of training before heading to the front.
They have better physical endurance. They learn fast. The ones already fighting have received good feedback from commanders. They weren't mobilized, they volunteered.
And Alexander insists, for most of them, it's not about the money.
They want to protect their country. The money's to support their families. Before, they were working and helping at home. Now, they're at war.
At 18, they've just reached adulthood. But now they're soldiers, preparing for a war that has already claimed so many lives. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Ukraine.
Also ahead on Al Jazeera, catastrophic hunger in Sudan. Aid agencies.
Yeah, there's a lot of that out in front here. No, you can't see it. Qadashayam Baruk Atah Yahuah. Qadashayam of Yahusha. Oh, look at that. It's pretty right there. You're getting a great little shot. Hopefully it's not too much like silhouetted by the sun, but see these colors in the soil? Painted, right? Ooh, ooh, ah! It drops down a little bit right there. Not that much though. I don't think there's any water down there. Oh, there it might be. Wow, there's like a road down there too. side. I think there was probably a little bit back there in that spot. Crossed underneath the roadway and came out over there. A little road that's running along there. I would think that there might even be opportunity somewhere around here to crash out. There's like a train track running right through there in between the highway and that just really gorgeous hills right there, all painted. I don't think you can see those. Yeah, it would be kind of cool to have different cameras capturing it. Like that'd be pretty cool. So we're down to 4 minutes. Gonna jump off, top off the fuel, get a refill on the coffee cup, use the facilities, and then get back on it. Get back on it. Boom, boom. Oh, sorry. Land Dive Creek. Just some beasts of the field right in the roadway. You got a bunch of red heifers right in the road. There they go. They just on their little dawning stroll. That's all. So cool. Let me see. State Park. Now hiring. Montana Highway Patrol. Pest post, don't know what that is. Oh, look at that yellow pickup. Look at that Chevy pickup. Man. I don't know what the years are. Early 60s, probably step side. Bright canary yellow. Pretty cool. It had some insane tires on the back, like it was a tractor pull type configuration. Yeah, see all those clouds. Watch out, Birdie. Dang, buddy, be careful. All those clouds are right over here. And over there, and that. So we're getting ready to go over some kind of a river, pretty large one. I don't know what it is. I didn't see a sign. Maybe it's like, I don't know. If I guess, I'd say Missouri, but I don't want to be so wrong that it's, who cares? If I'm wrong, it's funny, so be it, right? It's called Yellowstone River. Ah! A little bit familiar with that one. Not this far up north though. Down off of 90. Camped there one time. We call it camping, but it's an RV park, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is going to be us right here. Exit 213. I'm just going to pause right here, and I'll be right back with y'all. Alright, family. Wow, I got the fuel, but it's like everything was a pain. Because I tried to buy a fuel additive and they couldn't figure out how to combine it to my transaction, and then I had to wait for this guy to come, and then he couldn't freaking do it, and then I was like, well, just cancel it and redo the whole transaction, and he couldn't figure out how to do that either. So I was like, you know what, I'll just pass on the fuel additive. And then he's like, oh, I need to reauthorize, and I was like, okay, well, I need to make sure I get the points because it's almost the end of the month and I'm trying to hit that 1,000, which I did get them. So Baruk Yahuah, I'm getting ready to look now and see, because this was a pretty expensive thing. Okay, $253.22. $253.22. $253.22. Now what did I actually pay? That's the pump price. This feels like this is the longest fuel stop ever. But everything's topped off and ready to go. And I'm really close on my points now, like crazy close. Okay, 234.43. 234.43. That seems like a lot. Dang, I only saved 18 bucks. This is the fuel out west is insane, y'all. Like, dang it, that's a lot. Let's check I got 5 shower credits now. So I got one back. And I am at 929. So I have 71 gallons remaining. Hallelujah. Yahuah. I'm gonna get us back on the road here in just a second, family. Bear with me. Sometimes I have several keystrokes that I need to make, like putting myself back into a driving status. Okay. Hallelujah. Here we go. Get that back on. Get that back on. Get that back on. Get that back on too. Get it on back on down the line. Truck exit. That's where we're going. Dang, I'm not sure why my discounted rate was so low. $250 and I only saved like less than 19 bucks. That don't seem right, family. But just the fact that there's any savings applied lets me know that it was being applied to the company card, and plus it showed up in the company card. So I don't know. I know that it's always more expensive the farther you are out west. And really all I'm gonna need to do is get one more stop in the next couple days, which I'm definitely gonna need anyways. I got 419 miles just till I get off on this 55. My Yapa Asha, hi baby, I love you. It's pretty flowers. Found a route where I go 94 to 65. Like at all. It's not a super huge deal. Like I'll go through Wyoming and I'll get a permit and whatever. It's just like there's a lot of grumbling around that they're shutting down roads on campers because of winds, and that it's happening often like this. But I was actually kind of wanting to go because I want to get some experience with the port of entry. Like, I've never done this port of entry thing. You know what I mean? So I was like, well, let me check it out and see what it's like, what it's all about, whatever. It's also okay to just get this trip in books, get the pay. I got to start assessing the budget for July because things are going to start going up for us when these credit cards start to kick in their minimum amounts. I hate that I'm in this situation again. I've been in this situation before and I hate it. I hate it. Had to put a roof on the house and replace an air conditioner in the same 3 months, and had to charge a bunch of stuff, and I've been there, done that, and it's not well. they drown you in that crap, and this is the B system. This is the B system, the fractional reserve banking. Oh my gosh, should be one of the most obvious things ever taught to anyone that's alive in this time and hundreds of years. When they formed the Federal Reserve at Jekyll Island and all that, okay? They came up with this thing called fractional reserve banking, where the banks are able to loan out money that they don't have. If they want to loan you $10,000, they only need to have $1,000 in reserve. The other $9,000 is just given on like trust. Okay? That might not sound like that big a deal to you, but there's $9,000 being lent out that is not, it's debt. It's creating debt. Every single time they print money, it creates debt. And every single time they lend out money that they don't have in reserves, oh, dang. Really, you guys? Are you guys for real with these roads? That pumps debt into the system. See what I'm saying? Because they're going to be collecting basically on money that never existed now. Straight up. And they give you all this song and dance on TV and whatever, like Trump's doing now. Oh yeah, the Fed chair. He's just a stupid person. He's a cool stupid person. He's on his way out. It's a great thing. He needs to be gone. And right, you just always talk about like cutting the rate. You remember in his first presidency, he was something. You remember what it was? He was getting paid to purchase or something like that. He recovered our oil reserves at a negative interest. A lot of times they lend out at zero interest, and they make it sound like changing the rate from like a half does not resolve the entire inflationary system. Everything to do with inflation has to do with spending more than you're earning in this perpetual debt cycle. It's always increasing. Always going to increase. They make it sound like it's just some incompetent person who doesn't know how to make the right decision is why we have debt at all. No, the system is built to manufacture debt. It's a debt enslavement system. You are a slave to fractional reserve banking. Here comes just the lousiest thing, right? This Cybertruck. Ugh. Sing Contracting Inc. Sing. Yeah. this is 5 hours, 5.5 hours that I believe will be on 94. Sure do pull out that this coffee is delicious. Abba Baruk. Cover, serve, deliver me from evil. It is. It dang sure is. And I'm just curious now to see if I got my. I think. Whoa. I think the coffee thing happens automatically on the rewards point system. That they don't. The cashier themselves does not have to add it, but I am not for positive about that. Let's check it out. Nope, they didn't get it. See, I already had 3. It was a mess, bro. They had this one gal behind the counter. She's all by herself. There's this huge line of people. We got all these RVers from California. They're traveling in some kind of a pack with children. And there were like this massive line. And she's on the radio trying to call for help. And the guys are not answering. Even when she got them to answer, they come help me with my transaction. It took forever. And meanwhile, this dude was like asking about a shower, and she's like, "Well, I can sell you a shower and get you a receipt, but our housekeeping person is not answering the radio." It's crazy. The manager is not answering the radio. The housekeeping person, she was all by herself. Pretty sure that had something to do with it. In fact, now that I'm thinking about this, they might not have even ended up charging me for the coffee. But Baruk Atah, I got my gallons towards my shower thing, so that's happening, at least. Let me see what I got here. I got 9 hours change that I can drive. So the change is going to put me at 10 Indy time. Plus 9 is 7 p.m. Indiana time. That's my cutoff. So I got to try to. The thing with the driving time is like, find a place that gets you closest without going over. That's the whole thing, right? So you don't want to try to guesstimate within like 20 or 30 minutes, because chances are you're going to go over, especially with the construction. And like here's another example. It's telling me 80 right now. Okay, the speed limit on this road is 80, but trucks is 70. Okay, well, I'm commercial, so on my trucks, I'm hauling a trailer, but if I was hauling a trailer and I wasn't with a DOT number, then would I be 80? Like, and I don't want to go 80 anyway, because you're gonna get wrecked by the fool, dude. You go that fast. I mean, maybe there's some type of setups out there that works on, but not mine. How hard is it to change the fuel filter on these things? Please let me know in the comments if you know. I'm wondering if that's something that I should be trying to do. It kind of feels like the filters is something that I should really learn how to do myself. And I'm pretty sure that this thing's thirsty, takes a lot of oil, and then you got to figure out how to dispose of it. So I like that Transport Pro Tech takes $30 off if you get the fuel filter and oil filter done together, but they don't wear at the same rate. So, you know, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, for example, my oil life, this is not right. It's saying 84% remaining. I just got it done. This is telling me that it would be 125,000 miles, and I'm at 116. Okay. Then the fuel filter is saying 30% remaining. By the time that gets down to less than 10%, the oil filter will probably be like less than 50 as well. But it won't be accurate. I don't know why the truck is calculating it faster than... Maybe it's because it calculates it for non-synthetics. I don't know anymore. Or I never did, actually. Alright, Brock, you. Starting to warm up a little, but this is saying it's only 70. That's saying it's 70 as well. It's gonna go around this guy. Yes, Arabians. That's the type of horse, right? Stop. Let me see. Earlier. So if I go on the road, well, guess what? Monday, tomorrow at 7 Indy time. That's gonna be like maybe 4 in Portland, and then I don't know. Traffic might be already horrible by then. I don't really know what time it all gets cranking around there. But I want to try to get through Portland before any of the morning rush type traffic goes on. That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out on mine here. I think going through there 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I pull out at 5 Indy time, so say 9, 10, 11, 12. See, it's not mathing. I started a little bit too late today. Oh, but I actually started as close to the 10-hour thing as I possibly could have. Well, shoot, y'all. I mean, this is part of what it is to learn, right? But if I'm going on a drop near Portland, what time I want to go through that city and begin my, like, then step it back. Okay, be like, that's 4 days. So step it back by 4 days when I leave from Indy. What time am I leaving? Because I left, like, I had a service appointment, then I went and hitched up, and then I left. And so it could have been like starting my day at 3 p.m. Now, if I would have stayed over and left first thing in the dawning, then I feel like I would have had that flexibility to be able to go through Portland at 2 a.m. because 2 a.m. Portland time is 5 a.m. Indy time. 3 hours of difference. We got road work coming up. 9 miles. The rest area is closed. Ah, painted. Hills over there. I don't feel like I ever messed around with Portland before, but it ain't what it used to be, that's for sure. I don't feel like I want anything to do with it. Not even a little bit. And even the folks that get geeked out about big cities, I probably don't want nothing to do with them neither. Just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd sit down with them and chat with them and chill with them, whatever. I'd share the truth with them. But to me, it's kind of like mixing cat folks with dog folks. Cat folks and dog folks ain't really the same kind of folks, really. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not over 26,000 pounds, so your weigh station's probably closed anyway because you even closed your rest areas. Even the sign that would tell you if the weigh station's open or closed has no light, no power, no lights. No, it's nothing. What's that telling you? It's like that thing. Right? Desolate. Almost like abandoned. For real. Alright. Should we see what these guys are on about? You guys remember that dude Saddam Hussein? Character that they got on their panel right now. He's got the shiny dome, really shiny forehead, and he looks like Hussein. Pretty wild. Let's see what's up with it.
As we were just hearing Tohan's report, there are a lot of concern amongst people in Iran that this ceasefire isn't going to hold. We were hearing earlier in the program, Iran's armed forces chief of staff, has also voiced his concern that this ceasefire may not hold. What are the circumstances, do you think, under which the ceasefire could fall apart?
Hello again, and thanks for having me. Well, the Israelis have proved to be not trustworthy to any kind of ceasefire deal. They've been doing the same everywhere, like in Lebanon, let alone the very fact that we are not having a deal, actually. This has been just a halt of attacks. So the Israelis are...
Wow, sorry, that was so loud. Listen to the program, barely can hear anything. Commercial comes on, blast you right out of the freaking water. And yet, we as a people continue to deal with this type of thing for how long?
10 days or months, maximum in less than 3 years, as long as Donald Trump is in office. And especially at times when Netanyahu is in trouble, like now that he's having court problems, and this could be likely, even if not resumed, at least threats will, or tension will escalate again, I believe, as Netanyahu is grappling with his court problems.
Just after Israel started its attacks on Iran, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that he was hoping that one of the outcomes of these attacks could lead to regime change within Iran. You were talking there about the way that you believe that Israel may change its tactics and may attempt to longer term create unrest in the country. Do you still think that Israel is intending to force some sort of form of regime change in Iran?
That was the third target, actually. The first target was destroying Iran's nuclear facilities. At best, they don't know what they've done, and the possibilities for Iran to have kept part of its nuclear program at Fordo, as well as its enriched uranium, intact, are more than the possibility of their total destruction. Weakening the Iranian military grids as well as commanders. It also failed after Iran showed a very rapid reaction in less than 24 hours after the Israeli surprising first strike. So Iran could bring balance to the situation. But the third loss was definitely a loss for the Israelis, because they...
Here go Yellowstone River again. Look at that. Ain't that a gorgeous view? Look at that. Dang, dude. Some kind of crazy hills back there in the background too. Just he said, she said, blah blah blah, drama, sideshow, whatever, because everything about the whole psyop of the nuke is like a shared fallacy, and all these kingdoms of the earth enter into agreements on similar things. Cosmology of earth, going to the moon or not, having nuclear weapons or not, all this kind of stuff. Looks like that train is parked. It's a big old long train too.
to instigate riots and impose a regime change, if not possible, at least trouble the Iranian military and security forces with internal problems in order to go along with their military plans. This backfired actually because Iranians, even those that were taking part in riots 3 years ago, they rallied around the government supporting the Islamic Republic and the supreme leader. Hundreds of these peoples, some of them had been arrested then, 3 years ago. Their videos went viral saying that they have internal problems, that's fine, they have their own different views with the Islamic Republic somehow, but internal problems in a family would not mean stepping back against the enemy. They stood firm against the Israeli-US attack, and they still continue to do so. But the Israelis, I believe, pursue the same kind of efforts in order to weaken the Islamic Republic. If you just take a look at the Western media outlets, especially the Persian language speaking media outlets based in the US and in Europe, you could see that they have aimed this solidifying unity behind the Islamic Republic. They are doing their best efforts. This Evin prison that you just showed, the news, I personally believe that their main target was, raising the concerns of the families of inmates, bringing them to the prison premises in protests for the fear of the health of their family members or friends, in order to instigate the protests, and that could trigger, in their plan, that could trigger the riots inside the country. But of course it failed again. So they are not exhausted actually. They go along with their plans for the months to come.
Most of our appreciation. We appreciate you being on Al Jazeera, so thank you very much indeed for your time. The travel ban imposed by US President Donald Trump on 12 countries, mostly in Africa, has been criticized as unfair, potential to harm diplomatic relations. Chad is on the list, and some of its citizens fear their dreams of studying or working in the US could be over. Ahmed Idris met one of them in Chad's capital, Jamena.
Robert Njaba is a Chadian engineering consultant. The Fulbright scholar was hoping to return to the United States for a doctoral degree. Then came President Trump's executive order imposing travel restrictions on citizens of 12 countries, including his own.
I've put a lot of work into the applications. As you know, for the PhD positions, you have to write a research proposal, do a bit of interviews, and those time I've invested in the application phase, the research, etc. Now I feel like it has served nothing, and I am feeling sad and helpless because there's nothing I can do about it.
The Chadian government's initial reaction was to impose a visa ban on all US citizens wishing to enter the country. Many Chadians supported their government's action. Weeks later, representatives of the two sides met.
Officials of the United States and Chadian governments have agreed that for now, visas issued to diplomats and other officials on both sides are valid. Not so for tourists, businessmen, students, and other Chadians seeking medical attention in the United States.
Critics of the US travel ban say it will harm long-term relations.
We have been witnessing persistent discrimination against African countries. Politically, this affects both civil society leaders and African governments.
For now, the Trump administration isn't moved by the reaction, with some reports suggesting that the list may soon expand to include more African countries. If that happens, many dreams like Robert Njaba will be cut short. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Jamena.
Uganda's longtime ruler Yoweri Museveni says he intends to run again in a presidential election next year. The 80-year-old has been in office since 1986 and seized power after a 5-year civil war. The ruling party has amended the constitution twice in the past to allow Museveni to extend his rule. The his closest opponent is expected to be the singer turned politician Bobi Wine, who says he was rigged out of a victory in the 2021 presidential elections, which were marred by violence. We speak now to Mark Webb, who's following developments from Nairobi in neighbouring Kenya. What do people think of Museveni running again at the age of 80?
Museveni will have been in power for 40 years by the time the elections take place in January next year, and for more than 20 years of his rule there's been visible and growing discontent and opposition to his rule, particularly in urban areas, the capital Kampala and other towns and cities, and particularly among young people. The vast majority of Uganda's population was born after he took power in 1986. About 80% of Uganda's 50 million people are under 30, and youth unemployment is high. Opposition leader Kizza Besigye, who challenged Museveni in 3 elections starting in 2006 and said he was rigged out of victory in every one of them, is now in jail facing treason charges. And Bobi Wine, the opposition leader who you mentioned, a pop star, says he's going to run again after challenging Museveni in 2021, but he said that he was rigged out of a victory in those elections that were marred by widespread violence by security agencies against the opposition and its supporters.
So if I understand it correctly, there's a huge number of people, Malcolm, in Uganda have only known Museveni as president. As you were talking about, Bobi Wine there says he was rigged out of a victory in 2021. Do people there think that Bobi Wine has got any realistic chance of running against Museveni?
Well, Bobi Wine's clearly very popular, particularly among young people, and particularly in urban areas, and he's announced his intention to run again in next year's election. He announced that last month. But his party says since the last polls that 2,000 of its activists have been abducted or kidnapped. Some have disappeared, others have been tortured, and then recently the US-based Holocaust Memorial Museum published a report stating that there was a high risk of atrocities in the 2026 poll because of the apparent lack of a succession plan on behalf of Museveni and his party. So there's certainly going to be tension and caution on the part of the opposition approaching these polls, but all of these things do not seem to have deterred Bobi Wine, who has said that he's going to run again.
Marco Webb talking to us there in Kenya. Thank you very much indeed. Several wildfires have spread across western Turkey, threatening dozens of villages and leading to people being evacuated from their homes. Authorities have declared a state of emergency and have set up a crisis centre in Balıkesir province. Strong winds rapidly spread the fire from forest to residential areas. Emergency teams are battling blazes on the ground with support from the air. Southern Europe is experiencing its first heat wave of the summer, with several areas hitting 41 degrees Celsius. Extreme heat warnings have been issued for parts of Spain, Italy, Slovenia, Serbia and France. Temperatures have exceeded 40 degrees in southern France during the past week, marking the longest heat wave in nearly 80 years. Average temperatures for the region in June ranged from 25 to 35 degrees Celsius. People have also been evacuated from areas hit by heavy rain and floods in southwest China. More than 40,000 fled their homes as floodwaters swept through parts of Fujian County. The area was inundated earlier this week by record downpours that left at least 6 people dead. An island in central Philippines is slowly sinking because of rising sea levels. Families living in Batasan Island have struggled with the problem for years, but authorities say the situation...
Yo, that's funny, bro. So is the island sinking, or are the seas rising? They said both. It's pretty interesting, right? Because when the water rises upon the land, they usually refer to that as a flood. They gotta try to push this agenda science is testable, observable, repeatable scientific method, hypothesis, and they can deem something to be a law when it is testable, observable, repeatable. Otherwise, it's a hypothesis, it's a theory, etc. So gorgeous out here. Powder River, huh? I don't know. Is it going to be powdery or is it going to be wet? Looks like it could be a little low on its level. You don't really have mountains touching into the Shemayim to bring down that living water,
Is becoming more dangerous. As Barnaby reports, Qadashayam Island is submerged for half the year, and yet its residents are determined to stay put.
Wading in floodwater, even in death. This family on Qadashayam Island in central Philippines held a funeral as the sea around them rose to inundate the island. Yet they carried on like it was a fact of life, because it is. Here, the sea encroaches for half the year, affecting people's way of life from the extraordinary to the mundane.
We have to move our things to higher ground. Even something as simple as washing our clothes becomes difficult because we have to do it in the flood.
The rate of sea level rise has more than doubled since 1993. In a study published in May, scientists warned of catastrophic inland migration, even if global warming doesn't go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. That future is now for Qadashayam. Qadashayam Island is facing a double whammy. Waters around here are rising 3 times faster than the global average due to climate change and because a powerful earthquake in 2013 altered its topography. People here say they've been warned the island could be completely submerged in a decade or two.
That's obviously a more logical explanation than, oh, it's 3 times that of other, all the seas are level. Jeez. However, we know from scripture, Yahuah raises up mountains and he brings them down low. Valleys, mountains, all these things. Yeah. They, of course, can never go with that kind of an explanation. You mean admit that there's a creator? Oh no, we can't do that, bro. Hold on, this is okay. It looked a lot worse. Dang, some of these roads are out of control. They'll be like these, almost like jumps. It's crazy, bro.
The Department of Environment has declared the island uninhabitable and has told people to relocate.
Sooner or later, because the sea levels will rise and the sea levels will eat up the entire island, right? There will be no choice down the line.
But people here refuse to move. They say they don't know any other life but the life at sea, so they've chosen to adapt instead. construction on a new elevated school building was just completed. Houses are either on stilts, have floors raised several centimeters, or have another floor built on.
I had a second floor built so we can rest more comfortably because there are days when the tide rises at night time.
It's manageable for now, they say, but they're also the first to admit they can only do so much, and their children may have to confront the reality of leaving the island. Arnamilo, Al Jazeera, Batasan Island, the Philippines.
A group of environmental activists and Native Americans is demonstrating against the opening of an immigration detention center in the Florida Everglades. The so-called Alligator Alcatraz facility is being built to help carry out the Trump administration's plan for mass deportations. It's expected to hold 5,000 people. Native American leaders say the building encroaches on their sacred homelands. Activists say it'll damage the area's sensitive ecology. Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
Oh, you see, guys? Come on in here, we can talk, chat.
In sport, an unexpected double act takes central stage in the build-up to the Wimbledon Tennis Championships.
way, when you look out there, the distant horizon, it's all those painted hills going around you. That is wild. This bit right here has us kind of transitioning a bit more south. I don't know why this guy's got his flashing hazards. I don't know what he's doing. He's getting over whatever he's doing. Turned his hazards off and just started signaling over. What are you trying to say? It's cool. It's 71 degrees. And I actually expect it to be hotter right now. Baruk Atah. And it's not, you know what I mean? Generationally been here and continue to try it. Earn a living off the land kind of thing. But they're just increasingly like choked out. If you really took the time to go into some of these communities and interview the folks, you probably hear them consistently talking about costs, inflation, taxes, things like that. You know, obviously some of these operations seem like they're doing little statue down there, like a wild horse. Pretty wild. Whoa! Woo! Boy, that's just drop right there. Dang. Level? What's a level? I didn't see one of those. Oh, bro. personally feel that it's an issue, but because I feel like the regulators might have an issue. So I should probably try to come up with some kind of a concept to strap it down, which honestly, like, I feel like I would have to put it directly on top of. I can strap it down on top of the rear toolbox, which would be alright for bumper pulls. But as soon as I get a fifth wheel, I don't know, like maybe then I strap it against the front toolbox. And also, like, I don't know how that's going to work with the camera, which I kind of feel like I might need to relocate that camera. They did a really, there's a lot of things that they didn't do so well. Look at those horses. What's up, guys? How doing? Cattle right alongside of the railroad tracks right there. See, now they got all the construction signs stacked up on top of each other on this side of the road too. All the ones that they run from there to there. I guess they took them down or something. I don't know. Well, it's definitely a 5G tower right there. Yeah, we got some gorgeous clouds over there. You guys got them in the distance, and then you take a look at those painted hills at the very edge of your view. It would be well to zoom in on that, because I think that make for like a pretty picture with the clouds right above. We're not quite probably there yet. Maybe, yeah, here in the next little bit. Just keep on checking out those distant hills and the way the clouds are. Or you might just say, heck, I don't know what you're talking about. It's gorgeous right now. And I do pull out that would be your perspective on it, because truth be told, all of Abba's creation is gorgeous. So just sometimes the eyesores of man, right? I know I say the same things over and over again, but look at this. Yeah, do I like having electricity and stuff? Yeah. Dang, dude, look at that. That's nasty. building, but they have like a few dinosaur sculptures, metal. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. See these big yellow guys here? They do some kind of repairs on the tracks or what? And so if that guy's just parked on the track, does that mean that track is like out of service? See what I'm saying? You would think that if the track needed to be repaired, you'd be working on it right now. Why would you take the day off? Don't they need to? Like you see, there's piles of wood all along here, so somehow they put this section out and then reroute or something. Like what? Is this more of that? Choking out our transportation, our shipping, whatever. I don't know. Just asking. I don't think that this stuff is just an accident. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in coincidences or anything else. But I do believe in orchestrated chaos. Right? Chaos by design. In fact, there wouldn't be a such thing as order out of chaos unless they utilized chaos to usher in their new whatever. It is part of the MO. It's part of the playbook. Might have to do like I did the other day. Stop at a rest area, go off duty, cook up something to eat. And probably try to figure out some way to strap down this box. I guess for now it's well enough to just strap it to the back so that at least, you know, say to the man, hey, this thing is strapped. I'm not sure. They got a lot of cattle right there, boy. Oh yeah, look at all. Okay, so here's some flashing lights down on the railroad track. And I don't know if it's a road going over the track or they're just actually working on the track. There are guys there working right now. So they are working on this track right now. That makes a lot more sense to me. And this little guy here's got his lights on like he's doing something. I don't know. Then there's a couple workers by that third one right there. So yeah. They're working on it. This another one right here. He's bringing the porta potty, I guess. What it looked like. And some power. There's some power crews right here. Okay, so here come a rest area. It's got 2 miles to go. I am gonna stop there. Next one after that will be 49 more miles. My coffee's running right through me anyways, so, and plus, I need to get something to eat. I get something to eat before I strap down the box. So, Hallelujah Yahuah. I will provide all that go beyond these couple guys or not. Maybe there's a disabled one down near the front. That would be well. If I could snag that. Stop clickety clicking. So there's one. There's one. And that might really just about be the end of it all. I'm gonna come up into here. I'm short enough. With this only little 30-footer right here. That's quite a view you guys got too. And then there's like even a table over there. I need to inspect my parking job. I'll be right back. Hallelujah, Yahuah. It looks well. I'm gonna come right over there. Be right there. Hallelujah, Yahuah, family. Wow, family. Yeah, I carried my my camping bin out to the picnic table. You probably can see. Well, you see this lady in the black sweater with the white cap. I told her about it. She told her husband. I mean, it ain't like it's a secret. But you see that family just went out to that little picnic table that's there. I carried my stuff out there and I cooked out there and I ate out there, and the view is incredible, amazing. There's a little video that's on the shorts for the channel if you want to go check that out. You can see it. But what a Baruk Atah Yahuah. And that was amazing. I did strap my bin down. Below that it's well like that. I'm not really too sure, but I'll monitor it close. And then I went ahead and brought my shower chair on board as well, because it was just basically riding in the back, you know. It's not my favorite arrangement right now, but I would say that if I were to get stopped and go through like an inspection or what have you, I feel better prepared, I guess you'd say. But since I've never gone through one, I'm not really that prepared. But I think it's only a matter of a time. Some folks, I guess I heard a story that this one guy was on his first load and he got 2. Wow. That's intense. But, you know, a lot of guys are like, oh, easy $100. I mean, my cab book is in order. All of my equipment, as far as I know, is in order, functioning, well maintained, all the rest of that. So, yep, they walked out there and took a look. There's a little like island thing down there. I could just see myself going down there and just, I don't know, guys, dwelling for a while. Even though, like, I have no idea, like, I'd just be down in the mud, crawling around on the ground. Who knows? But it's sure gorgeous. Okay, so this is an interesting way to leave a place. You just loop around and you go right back to. Okay. Well, so be it, right? Try to greet folks. Yeah, I saw that lady and I said, I know it was a bit of a trick to get out there. She said, excuse me? I said, I know that it was a bit of a trek for me to get out there, but it was so worth it. And she's like, oh, really? Thank you. Then she's like, watch out for rattlesnakes, allegedly. It's never crossed my mind for a moment. Okay. There probably are some down in the gulches and whatnot, but they hear you coming. Just don't stumble upon their stuff. Anyway, wow, that was just incredible. There ain't nothing else that you could say. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so it's 80 degrees. It was very comfortable out there because it was a breeze and everything. But then, when you get back into the truck, it's just hot. So run the air, cool off, give thanks because Abba is Ta'u. Ta'u. I got 4.5 hours until I can get to 55, and when I do, I think I'm going to be looking for the last pilot on my route as a place a goal to have a shower and like refuel everything. I believe I can make it, but I don't know for sure. The tank in the back is completely topped off, and I put some more of the fuel treatment in there, and then I have 3/4, just under 3/4 up here. So it's kind of a lot. I mean, that's let's just say that it is 95 plus, say, 20. Even though I'm only getting 8 right now. Just gave me some real treats today, and even this, like, I'm looking at what you guys are seeing out that window, and those clouds and that flat sea of grass with the painted hills in the background. I mean, come on, bro. It's amazing. It's just outright amazing. Going to make sure that my I did the call-in thing earlier, and I want to make sure that it went through. Yep. So while I'm here, let's just curiosity, see if there are any reloads. Nope. There's literally 3, so they'll probably add some. I heard a rumor that it's 2:30 to 3:30, and the guy even said the lady's name. I don't know, but apparently she's the one that drops the loads down on this board here, and that's when she usually does it. Each I don't know. I think he said like business day or some such thing. Never no Cub Scout, no Boy Scout, no military academy, nothing like that, but I kind of think that tie down job is going to be okay. I don't like it because it's on top of the toolbox. It's not going to go back because it's up against the tailgate. I strapped down the top, cranked it, boom, ratchet down, then around the front, tied that off. I don't know what kind of tie that is. I don't know the name or nothing, but it's cinched down, and I'm thinking I'm going to have a lot of trouble loosening it. Oh, that's hilarious. But I really just wanted to secure it and get back on the road. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around some other kind of more long-term solution. I do not know. I had thought about the bed cover thing, but like, how can I justify that when I'm still trying to pay for all these other things? It just doesn't math. Can't logic. So that is what it is. I don't know if I put myself back into a driving status. I did not. Okay, so I'll need to do that. Oh, hang on. That place is called Hathaway. That place. Oh boy, boy. Unreal, man. Back to a driving status, and it's 12, so I would say that I likely have what, would it be 9? 8 hours remaining of my driving time. Okay. Pretty painted horse, spotted horse there. They're all pretty in their own way, I'm just saying. seems like the source of them is in the distance to the west, and they're just all moving this way. Even these ones over here seem like they came from that center source, and those over there seem like they came from that center source. It's just like a perspective thing. Pretty incredible. I mean, they could all basically also be going east, you know, and that could be part of the reason why, but it's like inviting to continue west. It's pretty true. And the sun is kind of chasing us, right? Because we're moving in the same direction, basically. Since this is my Rosebud County, maybe since this is my kind of like second lap, I will take a little bit more time at home. I'll be willing, and if I get something local that I can grab and do, you know, I'm gonna do it. But you know, the bedding. I also had this project idea I wanted to do was to remove the items from the toolbox and lay some moving blankets down if it can be done well. I don't want to lose anything in it, like, you know, little cotter pins and stuff that I use. I don't want those to get lost underneath some blanket or something like that. But I also don't want anything to get well, shoot, I don't think the front box is going to do anything like change, I feel. I could be incorrect, but it does seem like a change in the landscape is beginning here. And, you know, like seeing these pine trees now. One seeing those, oh man, to go. Veterinary hospital. I wonder if that's still up and running. It looks like it could be like a equine horse doctor. Alright, I don't think this minivan's paying attention. They're literally accelerating right into me. We always gotta pay attention, man. I couldn't get over. There's a truck right there. See that? Just so happened to be right there. Right then. Oh wow, look at this. Train cars getting loaded up here, or at least so it appears. I don't know what that is. It gravel or what? What do they do? I don't know. It does look like there's a bunch of gravel back there, and then there's big rocks here that probably need to go back and get crushed. There's construction down there. When I was going through those two thunderstorms the other day, huh? Yahuah really blew my mind with that buffalo. That was incredible. I wondered if I should walk up close, but I was like, no. Let him do what he do, and if he's gonna come closer to me, though, I wasn't gonna flee, that's for sure. But wow, what an amazing beast of the field. Hallelujah. Excuse me. When I move, you move. Just like that. Oh, that's the NPC song. Gotta save that for when the NPCs do their thing. It's just funny how songs get stuck in your head, you know. Western sky, man, it's a thing. What's up? Shee, look at that. What's that? Dude, those are rocks? Oh, that's hay. That tripped me out for a second. I thought those were rocks. I mean, I believe you actually could find rocks that look like that too. Yep. Strip. off here, go over this bridge, overpass, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4 matching large buildings. I don't know. There's a massive propane tank. I think it could be piped in. I don't know. Somebody's got themselves quite the arrangement there. And no, it's not some big fancy mansion. It's just land with a lot of utility use. You know? Yeah, I definitely think we're gonna end up getting some rain today. But it's gonna probably be more like about 5.5 hours, 6 hours from now. Let's see if that ends up being the case. I guess it can change a lot. We could be in a totally different area. I have to make sure that I display the Idaho permit when I get into Idaho, but I don't know exactly when that is. Put these on for a bit. I don't want to. I use these to help me to not pick at or chew on my fingers. I've had this habit, it's horrible, for a long time. Especially like certain times I get anxious or something and I'll start doing it and not realize I'm doing it, and then next thing you know I got my tips of my fingers bleeding and everything. I hate it. So this was an idea that I had. Got these, they fit very well, and it helps to protect that and break that. If I start feeling like I'm going to do it, I throw them on. Alright, everything's about to cool down now. Back that off a little bit. This little pasture right here is reminding me of those yellow flowers earlier. There's some scattered on the hilltops right there. Oh, I think I might be like in and out of signal. Oh. They sent me pictures of the puppies. That's Scout. He's getting so big. Look at him. He's getting a little belly on him and everything. In Ohio, bison. In Ohio, what is that? In Ohio. Oh, wait. Oh, when I was in Ohio. Okay, yeah. Yes, bison. Okay. Yes, Yapa. Tada. You are correct. Bison. And it was in Ohio. Yeah, exactly. Oh, darn it. I want to play this little clip. It's only 6 seconds long. And I gotta pause you guys first. Because I don't video that I uploaded to where I was in Ohio and Abba brought me through 2 thunderstorms, which I was actually wondering if there was going to be whirlwinds associated with those. And I don't think that there were there, but maybe there have been in areas that I've left and they're there after. Like, anyway. So they're watching one of my videos, and the little puppies are there watching. They're watching it too, like watching the storm and stuff. And so my boy's like, they're so cute. It's awesome. It's awesome. We've gone 1,300 miles with this load so far. And we got quite a ways more. Probably like, what, another 1,000, give or take? No, probably no give. Probably some take. But anyways, 8.8 miles to the gallon is the overall. We are getting 8 right now. But of course, you know, we have some hills, like it's gonna tick up a little bit right here. 9, 10. Maybe it should tick up a little bit more. Not really doing much more than that. Dang. Even going downhill. It's not a steep hill, but still. Now it's gonna start going up, and it's gonna end up dropping a lot, right? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh, come on, Abby. Go on, girl. 6. So yeah, it's a thing. The miles per gallon do go down. I'm not really seeing the effects of like gusty winds, but 7, and then it's probably going to hang out in that 8 range. Of course, I would that it could be like 10, but this thing back here is like a wind breaker. It's got a lot of drag on that front end of that trailer. I mean, that is just, what were they thinking? I don't know. It's not a park model, which would be even worse, but it's very flat. It doesn't really have much contouring to it at all. So it is what it is. And what it is drag. Spaces. Look at all that land again, right? See the waterfowl right down there? Oh, and all that cattle too? Rock Hill. That's how when the water do what the water do. And then nature. Got some fencing there. Very large posts and some bundles of, I don't know what you call that. The actual metal that you attach to the posts. Because it ain't chain link, but this here, beef country. Hallelujah. All about that. Comes some bikes. Motorbikers. A little bit tricky to see them. They're getting over. Some of them got behind this GMC, but there's a couple that are in front, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. They all want to go around me, but I don't know why they're doing that. But looks like the GMC is going ahead of everybody, and I guess it's because he just decided he wants to go faster. That there's the Butte Red though. Like that color. Sure, come on over. Whatever that proves. They got their bed rolls. Wow, look at this little guy. I'm gonna go ahead and blow past all of them. All right. Oh, baby. Yo, there's like a kind of a sharp looking turn coming up. I'll be back. Papa willing. Well, that is buggered. Started to have a call with my Yahusha and got about 5 minutes into the call and it just disconnected, and now I have no signal, no internet, no nothing. But you know, we understand that that's part of what goes on out here when you're traveling across the country. You hit a lot of spots where there's no service. Pretty lousy timing though. I just got done trying to answer a concern that she had, and I'm really wanting to hear how she was going to reply to what I was explaining, and then all of a sudden it was like the hang-up noise in your ear, and I'm like, my first thought is, oh my gosh, she just hung up on me. But I don't know, she did not hang up on me. Silly little like emotions, you know, like. Okay, so now actually I sent her a voice message on Messenger saying, hey, when you get this, it must mean that there's service again. It does look like there is service again. So let me see. Oh, she just gave me a thumbs up. All right, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna try this all over again, and may we be able to keep our signal. Seriously, a trip though. As soon as I put the headphones on, turned them on, hit the call button, boom, no signal again. Why did you see those rocks? Oh. Okay, she sent me a voice message, and mine still says sending. So I got hers, but she didn't get mine. It's just really weak signal is all. She could have sent hers earlier, and I just now received it. I was trying to be extra cautious with the pausing because it's a stretch. Yeah, we're end up playing phone tag here. In fact, she just told me that she called my number and it said, the person that you're trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been connected or established. Well, okay, that's not true. But I think it's doing that because things are in the matrix. And plus, I just realized that if I have this headphones on connected to the phone and I play a voice clip, I'm the only one who hears it. That could actually end up helping me out a lot with the pausing and unpausing. That is a very that may be actually pretty awesome. That's just Montana. That's just my Montana though. That's just my Montana though. I definitely want to double check that voicemail box because I'm pretty sure that it's established and has been for a really long time. And so, yeah. Okay, B system. The timing of that was absolute trash though, because I just got done explaining to you the answer to your question, and then I was waiting to hear your reply, and all of a sudden it was like hang up in my ear sound. So I was like, seems like it's being home that we're getting a signal again. And there's a lot of white steer or whatever right there. I said a lot, I mean, 10 or 12, but I don't see them that often. And there they all are. River right over there. Watch out, birdie. Come on, birdies, don't get hit by the... I wonder sometimes if they know exactly what they're doing. They're just catching a wave, like surfing on it. Because they'll come out and swoop off. They do it a lot. Welcome to Custer. Oh, see, look at all this white cattle right here. See there? And I would like to know what that's about. If you are familiar, you can leave a comment and help me to get understanding. I ask a lot of questions in these videos, and I think the answers may trickle in over time, but a lot of folks just can't turn on something and leave it, like, unless they get stimulated in the first 2.5 seconds. State of mind, that's for sure. Try to give her a call. It seems like we got some signal again. been seeing some changes in the landscape. It's just been more rocks and more pine trees, and now we're kind of ticking up a little bit here. Just need to double check something because I'm not sure if I was supposed to go. Okay, no, we're not getting on 90 yet. Or are we? I'm really confused. Oh, I guess we kind of are. West, so if it gives me 90 east, I'm not taking that. Okay, I can see that. Okay, continue like I'm going to Billings. That sounds right. Bison, not buffalo, and that when they ran the buffalo all off the land, they integrated this bison hybrid replacement and just began to call it buffalo. And it's a very sick and sad type of indictment. Like, I did not know that, anything about that, until she told me about it a few years ago. And so sometimes when I see one, I just automatically call it buffalo. And yeah. So she was reminding me, and when she reminded me, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, I remember that. But it's like you forget, or at least I do. I would say that it happens to all people because it's a similar thing with, like, say you know better, but you fall back into an old pattern somehow, and then you have to like kind of fight against that and to be more of what you know to be true and less of what you're always knew before or what you're used to or any of that. It's a similar type of thing. It's putting what they call putting to death the old man, right? So you're a new creature in Hamashiach, but you're not perfected, and I'm not perfected, and ain't none of us actually perfected yet. But we will be if we endure, if we persevere, if our calling is true, and all that. Something that I want to venture toward, especially when I'm with trailer. I did before. It took our 43-foot toy hauler trailer, big thing, went down this long road, and you get to the end, and it's literally just like a roundabout with all the parking filled and nowhere to put a camper, especially a camper that size. Oh my gosh, dude. You know, it's like trying to go around this little roundabout thing that, I mean, it was so hot that the fresh pavement was like shifting. The trailer was like deforming it as it would turn. And then I'm like trying not to hit any of the parked cars and also trying not to go up onto the curb of the center island thing. It's impossible. And some people were like, I've never saw anybody bring anything that big through here before. It's just like, it wasn't on purpose, but, you know, I'm not backing out a mile or a mile and a half down that way. I ain't doing that. You know, so what am I really supposed to do, right? I got myself caught in the fast lane here, and I do not like it. This truck is loaded down with a big thing of water, and that's kind of sloshing around. I guess I could just fall behind him. Because I don't want to be in the fast lane, man. Especially like we're coming, I don't know how large this town is, but it's called Bozeman. And looking at the size of this refinery thing right here, I would say it probably employs over 1,000 people. Just a guesstimate. I don't know, I could be wrong. I wish you could see these rocks right here. Later on, come back out this way. I'll tell you, check them out. Sort of make a mental note. Bozeman. And this is technically like considered I-90 now. Shah was sharing some information with me about parasites that are associated with diabetes and high blood pressure, and there's one in particular, I think she said it has 9 life cycles, so it's very difficult to get rid of it. Did she call it a flank parasite or a flak parasite or something like that? So anyway, we're literally want to do a fast. I'm asking her to pull out to see about when she wants to begin it, and I'm going to do it with her. And it may even go up into it may go to the new moon day. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not super huge on like date, but like to go into a fast until Abba says that as well, or he does something else that lets you know, like a revelation. Hallelujah. So yeah, detoxing from parasites is a critical thing that we need to be engaged in. plenty coops. Sheep plenty coops. We've got Bass Pro Shop, South Billings Boulevard. definitely going to be a thing. Question is, if I'm going to go I could go to this one. be stopping again and grabbing a shower, but that'll be tomorrow. So where exactly I'm going to stop for the night, I do not yet know. But I'll be getting with my Shah later on today to determine that. I'm going to go about 3 hours from now and take Highway 55 south to 15 south, and that's going to bring me into Idaho. So I'll display my permit on the dash for that. Oh, I know, I need a receipt. Oh, shoot. I wonder if... Okay. I actually think I recall this now. Is the permit... and the receipt the same thing? Oh shoot, I don't know. Is this the receipt? Hate that word. Just chuckling at the jingle jangle. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. It's some kind of like side saddle shooting competition for teenagers that's free in our area that my mashpaka in my household is going to check out. I think that's what she said. Either that or it was bareback, but it sounds kind of neat either way, right? I'm looking. I want to see some pictures, maybe some video. Hallelujah. I love that there's something like that they can go to, and it's it's in our budget, free, and it's close and all that, because I think that they'll really have a great time. So it's awesome. Hallelujah. It says it's 77. My phone says 80. Truck's saying 77. But the heat coming down off of there is hitting me on my Get yourself some swine's flesh all day. Ain't that something? Look, it's a red, white, and blue rodeo. 1st of July. Lots of folks overnighting at that location. Seems kind of well, don't really blame them. I wonder if this would be... I wouldn't really go this way though. Leaving my house to go back to the yard, I wouldn't go this way. I mean, I guess I could see how I could. Huh, it's interesting. Because, I mean, I am on 90, so... Actually, very well could come through this way. Is that a fire? Looks like it. They're out there paddling on the water. Excuse me. Kind of interesting. I'm getting 10 right now, 11 even. It's just flat right here. I don't think there's really wind right here. I guess this is like some sort of controlled burn. Huh. It's better that I'm here than being over there and have to move. So, Spring Creek campground and trout ranch. It's just a chuckle because when I was in college, University of Texas Arlington, there was a barbecue place that the basketball team used to go to called Spring Creek, and we had these cards that we would get every year that you could punch and you could get free meals there. But honestly, like when we went in there, like be like 5 or 10 of us, they wouldn't punch our stuff at all, and they'd always give us like double meat. I mean, they would hook us up something crazy. And we would get these baked potatoes all the way, and then person would shout out, "I got one!" and then they would all go all the way. Woo! It was wild, bro. Get like 2 cream sodas. I mean, we throw down mad calories. Get like pretty much 2 of everything. You know what I mean? Like they would say something like, "You want chicken, beef, or sausage?" And we would be like, 2 of each. Not kidding. They would load our plates up, man. We would come out with like 2 plates heaped. We would eat that. We were doing 2-a-days. We were practicing twice a day, plus whatever if you like do weights or something on your own, like I was doing for a while. Wake up at some crazy hour, 5:30, something like that, and go lift like before class. I honestly only did that for a few months because it was just so much. Like there's so much. We call it running, but you know, we scrimmage. Probably should have done more organized forms of practice than just scrimmaging all the time. But that's what we did. That's kind of like how we learned and how we try to grow. You know, I do some stuff on your own, like shooting and ball handling and stuff like that, to enhance skills. Because I don't think that you're gonna necessarily become a well-rounded and refined player just by scrimmaging only. But if you don't scrimmage, that's also not well. But you know, there's an aspect of like, if you practice, how should I say this? Like if you play a little dirty style of ball where you don't call fouls, I mean you call fouls but not as much as they do in games, you know, then you're practicing an unwell habit. Like you're practicing how to foul. You know what I'm saying? And then, so we would get in foul trouble too. Certain players. Maybe other players wouldn't. Especially if they're international players. They call a game a lot stricter. And so their form of defense was more refined, and so they wouldn't necessarily foul anyways because that's just not their style. But then sometimes you get into slugfest type, you know, where you need physical players on your team. You can't have a finesse team and be in a slugfest, and like it's not really that great unless the refs are calling stuff for you. Then obviously you have this advantage. But if you're getting kind of hammered inside and they're not calling it, and you don't have guys that can battle back, that ain't gonna be well. started playing, they would have 3 high functioning, very tall type players on the court, and then they would have a low ender, like a high paraplegic, and then they would have a mid-class player, and that's what they'd run: 3 threes, a 2, and a 1. Well, the game kind of evolved into the international style where it's not 1, 2, 3. It was 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0, 3.5, like this. And so they started to run teams that were more midpoint dominant, and they wouldn't have as much of the big guys, but they would have a lot of really fast and skilled guys. So all the action on the court started to like speed up in a way, right? And a lot more ball movement, a lot more picks, a lot less, like, say, pick and roll, because they started to triple switch on the defense, so we get even like there was an extra pass that needed to be made. I didn't do so well in that. It wasn't really what I had been used to, or how I had trained coming up. Plus, I was an expensive player, right? I'm 4.5, so, and I wasn't the tallest 4.5 either. I mean, I could hold my own, but I wasn't like dominant, so that's why I was really just a U.S. alternate. I wasn't the cost benefit, right, was not really in my favor. I was a little bit too expensive of a player point wise to have on the floor, and they have 3-0s and 3-5s that could do a lot more things than I could do, especially shooting, you know, and ball movement and ball handling, stuff like that. So, but I was very honored to be on a world champion or a national championship team, and to be an alternate for the U.S. team. I came off the bench at a Roosevelt Cup, and I want to say I scored like 19 points against Great Britain, and there was a bunch of Australian players. Some of them I went to college with, and they were chanting, "We want the bull, we want the bull, we want the bull." I guess that was like my little highlight moment, right? In front of, like, what, hardly, not that much people, I don't know, 30, 40 people at a Roosevelt Cup in Georgia, like, once. But it was cool. I kind of caught fire that day. I just happened to be like in the right place, and, you know, people were seeing me, and, you know, I'm more of a flash player, so it wouldn't fit into the offensive structure of some disciplined teams, because if I flash the paint and come open, they're not anticipating me to be there and be open, because I didn't come off of any other action. It was an individual move that I made. But if I was seen and the person was able to distribute the ball on a flash the paint, hook to the hole, maybe even draw contact and try to finish, that kind of thing, and ones, kind of what I would try to do, like a slasher. Anyway, it's a whole other life, man. Wheelchair basketball. Definitely didn't think I was going to be talking about that. Hold up. Are you paying attention? Yeah, there's literally law enforcement over here on the shoulder of the road, okay? Come on, bro. Sheriff. 2 hours, and I'll take my my 30-minute break. It says HRC. It really says HCR, but excuse me. Wow. So I think, you know, things are going to start getting much more mountainous soon as well. I'm starting to be able to see some snow, some mountains way off this way north of us, and then out west of us. A lot. Alright. Let's see if if they came up with any new topics of conversation out here. We still have quite a few over here though.
ceasefire in Gaza. And Trump has also signalled his determination to achieve a ceasefire and secure the release of Israeli captives still held in Gaza. Earlier on Sunday, he posted on his Truth Social account, "Make the deal in Gaza, get the hostages back." Now, Odeh reports from Jordan's capital Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank.
The Israeli Prime Minister will convene a mini cabinet meeting this evening in order to discuss regional developments as well as the prospects of a ceasefire in Gaza. This is, of course, prompted by Donald Trump's repeated calls for Israel to reach a deal to end the war in Gaza and release the captives. Of course, a lot of things are happening here at the same time. One is that the Israeli government, for example, has told the residents of southern communities in Israel that they need to return home and rebuild by the end of the month. No compensation would be issued for people deciding to stay away. The families of Israeli captives have said that is an indication that it's safe to go back to the southern communities and that the objectives of the war have been met. And so Benjamin Netanyahu should go for a deal and release the remaining Israeli captives. Donald Trump also said that the trial, the corruption charges against Benjamin Netanyahu should be done away with. They should be cancelled. This was seen as intervention by many, but it has prompted a lot of debate. Benjamin Netanyahu.
I need to pump this off a little bit. Need to activate the pump. So yeah, you can see we're starting to get into different types of mountainous terrain already. There goes a deer right there. Did you see it? Rewind it and check it out if you did not see it. It was right down in that little gulch. Oh. Okay. This is a little bit of a hairy spot for that. I'm gonna try to get to that as soon as I can, my baby. Please be patient. So we're starting to go like on a downward grade of St. So we'll turn this exhaust brake on. I like to try to drop the temperature in the speedometer a little and let the truck regulate itself. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, it's a little bit windy and kind of up and down there, so a little bit tricky. Time to try to do too much things with the phone.
Rallying the courts for a 2-week suspension of the hearings. He got one, but that may be enough for him to move forward, as he told the judges it's a dramatic week for Israel. Radio Al Jazeera. I'm not.
What is that supposed to mean?
Israeli diplomats and columnists from the
Dramatic week for Israel.
joins us from Tel Aviv. Good to see you, Alan. I wonder if we can start with a little bit of brief background, if possible. Netanyahu faces 3 charges of corruption, correct? Fraud and breach of trust. Can you briefly remind us of what these charges are actually about?
Yes, good to be with you, Neve. In 2017, the Israeli police, backed by the state prosecution, began investigating 4 rather than 3, the 3 indictments that you correctly pointed to, but initially it was 4 distinct investigations. One was about the purchase of submarines from Germany and Mr. Netanyahu's involvement. The Attorney General at the time said that Mr. Netanyahu was not directly involved and declined to press any charges or to formulate or craft an indictment. The other 3 for which he's standing trial since 2018 until this very day One is called Dossier 1000, according to which he received hundreds of thousands, allegedly, hundreds of thousands of dollars in all kinds of gifts, cigars and jewelry for his wife, and cases of pink champagne. But there was a quid pro quo apparently with the people who provided those, because they had businesses in Israel and they asked for favors, pay to play sort of. The second, called Dossier 2000, was about his attempts to collude with the editor of Israel's largest or highest circulation daily Yediot Ahronot against his own mentor at the time, his own political benefactor, Sheldon Adelson, who put out at Netanyahu's behest a newspaper that's given out for free called Israel Today, Israel Hayom in Hebrew. And so he was trying to manipulate the media. Dossier 3000, that's the submarines, never matured into an indictment. And then comes the most important one, or the most problematic one. The easiest to prove is Dossier 1000. Now that wouldn't carry necessarily a punishment that would result in jail time.
Right.
Dossier 4000 is more problematic. Okay. In it involves regulation of the media and media companies and telecommunications.
Okay, Alan, I think it's really, really important to set the scene, obviously, so that obviously our viewers know exactly what Netanyahu faces, and any normal health...
Sorry.
Israel had a series of 5 election cycles in those 3 years. In 2022, there were appeals to the Supreme Court claiming that Netanyahu must be excused from office because he cannot conceivably run a country replete with so many problems and so many decisions and deal with this trial. Netanyahu's claim at the time was, no problem, I could do both. And the Supreme Court decided in his favor, saying that legally there's no reason to exercise any kind of suspension or any kind of ouster from office legally on the grounds that he cannot do the both things. Now he's saying, now basically he's saying, which is how we began our discussion here, please exempt me from appearing in the cross-examination of my own trial because I have a crisis situation, because it's a dramatic thing, because we're attacking Iran, because there's a one guy.
Okay, hypothetically speaking now, how long could Benjamin Netanyahu really put this off going to trial?
Okay, that's a very good question, and I beg forgiveness from the viewers if my answer is going to confuse them somewhat. Supposedly he cannot. Yes, he got the 3 judges to postpone his testimony by 1 week, meaning that next week he's supposed to go back to the Tel Aviv Municipal Court to testify or to be subject to the cross-examination. However, his office today leaked out that he's going to Washington on a very dramatic, very sensitive, very timely, very critical visit to see Donald Trump. So if that is true, and I assume it is, and I assume it's coordinated with Mr. Trump, then he won't testify the week after as well. On the 21st of July, which is 3 weeks away, and which is where I beg the viewers' forgiveness for all this information. On the 21st of July, the court system is on recess. By the time it gets back, we're already heading toward the Jewish high holidays of New Year and Yom Kippur and Sukkot and so on and so on. So basically, my answer to you is hypothetically he cannot. Practically, for months, he can go unposted.
Okay, so hypothetically, this has been designed to delay the process potentially for a long period. A very, very last quick question to you, because we know that if he's found guilty, he could face jail time. But what would happen if he's acquitted or the case is dropped? What would it mean for him politically and personally? Very briefly, if you know.
Oh, that would be a huge monumental triumph. Because he's been claiming from day one that he's been framed, that the deep state is persecuting him, that the deep state is out to get him, that the elites hate him, that these are bogus charges, that it's been inflated by the judicial elite, backed by the media elite, backed by the academic elite, in order to bring him down because they don't like him politically. If the cases are dropped or he is acquitted, by the way, an acquittal means that the trial goes on to its very end, exhausts itself. That's 3 years from now. What he's hoping is for some kind of a deal to lessen the charges, but I'd be venturing into very speculative waters.
Okay. Alan, good to hear your thoughts. Many thanks for walking us through all of that. Really important details to get out.
Whatever, bro.
Says he intends to run again in next year's presidential election. The 80-year-old has been in office since 1986, when he seized power after a 5-year civil war. The ruling party has amended the constitution twice in the past to allow Museveni to extend his rule. His closest opponents expected to be the singer-turned-politician Bobi Wine, who says he was rigged out of victory in the 2021 presidential elections, which were marred by violence. Web's following developments from Nairobi in neighbouring Kenya.
President Museveni will have been in power for
down there.
years by the time the elections take place in January next year, and for more than 20 years.
And we got that water. Oh yeah, back there. There you go. I hear you. Just a second. And restart you. Okay? Because this thing is way low.
here to rule us until something else happens.
You mentioned Bobby Wine. I mean, he said that he does intend to run in 2026. I mean, and he also said the last election was rigged, leading, as we know, to violence. It clearly raises the prospect of more turbulence when elections happen in January.
Definitely, turbulence has been a thing in Ugandan elections. Ugandan elections are not more of a peaceful exercise. I think here it is more of a show of might, a show of power, a show of military strength. You know, today in the news we saw a young man being buried in Western Uganda. Just a month back, we had very many young people who participated in a by-election in a very small area in Kampala. Many were beaten, many were arrested, many were allegedly kidnapped. Up to today, we do not know where they are. Journalists intentionally targeted and beaten, their equipment destroyed. So turbulence is something that we keep seeing, and we are sure that it is going to get worse in the next elections. Very likely, human rights records are almost at its lowest. We've seen threats, for example, by the chief of the army, who's saying, if you come out and you not support the president, we are going to deal with you. And we've seen how he's trying to deal with people who are opposed to his father's ruling. So yes, a turbulent period it will definitely be for many Ugandans.
Okay, understood. Halima, really good to talk to you. Halima Athumani there in Kampala.
Thank you for having me.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Catastrophic hunger in Sudan, with fighting ended in the capital. The full scale of the crisis is slowly being revealed.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to.
US President Donald Trump's tax cut bill passes the next stage in the Senate, paving the way for huge cuts to welfare programs.
Oh, you see, guys?
So isn't that, I mean, wouldn't that be it? If it passed in the Senate, it must have already passed in the House, not the Senate. So now he just signs it, right? The big, beautiful bill, the BBB, bunker busting bombs, big, beautiful bill, right? That's interesting. So if it passed,
watching Al Jazeera, here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. The Israeli military is attacking heavily populated areas across Gaza. At least 47 Palestinians have been killed in a series of airstrikes on Sunday, including children. Strikes have been heavily focused on Gaza City. The Israeli military is continuing its targeting of Palestinians near aid distribution sites operated by the Gaza Humanitarian Fund. More than 580 people have been killed while trying to get food in just over a month. An Israeli court cancelled testimony by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in his long-running corruption trial. Netanyahu requested the postponement, citing diplomatic and national security issues. The decision was made hours after US President Donald Trump said the case should be dropped.
Pause for a second because I had a message from my Yahusha, but I want to share it because she was asking me, what's the scripture that says that Israel was making food and drink offerings to Gabriel or the Babylonian deity of fortune that proves that God is not a title but the name of a more mighty one? And I was like, Isaiah 65:11. I have that one memorized, man. That is one of the hugest deceptions ever. And there's a lot of massive deceptions, but yeah. In God we trust, aka Babylonian deity of fortune. Yep. And they were making also offerings to Monet, which is Babylonian deity of fame and fortune, lifestyles of the rich and famous. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Sorry.
Says Russia has launched the largest aerial attack since the war began. More than 500 drones and missiles targeted several regions on Saturday night. Ukraine's Air Force says an F-16 fighter jet was shot down and the pilot killed. President Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for more Western support. And that's as Ukraine's reportedly running out of soldiers as the war with Russia drags on. The strain on the Ukrainian military is growing. President Zelensky has so far resisted lowering the conscription age from 25 to 18, but the government's now offering cash incentives to lure young men into the army. Asad Bey reports in north-central Ukraine.
They've only just turned 18, legally adults and now eligible to fight. These new recruits are undergoing basic training, preparing to join the front lines. To entice them, the government is offering under 24s a controversial deal. $25,000 to sign up and another $25,000 after a year of service. It's a deal many older soldiers never had, and that's caused some resentment. But Ukraine faces a harsh reality. It needs more troops, fast.
I think the majority of men came here because they couldn't sign the contract before. Like me, we were told we were too young. Now this opportunity has come.
They're learning first aid, how to dive drones, and live fire drills. For many, it's also a way out of poverty, a wage few their age can earn elsewhere. There are conditions to the contract. The soldiers must serve in the infantry, which puts them in the most dangerous part of the battlefield, in the trenches and potentially face-to-face against Russian forces. It means these young men are not just expected to fight, they're expected to survive.
We signed up for a year. If all goes well, I'll continue. My job is to assault enemy trenches, defend our positions, and help take our land back.
They have at least another month of training before heading to the front.
They have better physical endurance. They learn fast. The ones already fighting have received good feedback from commanders. They weren't mobilized, they volunteered.
And Alexander insists, for most of them, it's not about the money.
They want to protect their country. The money's to support their families. Before, they were working and helping at home. Now, they're at war.
At 18, they've just reached adulthood. But now they're soldiers, preparing for a war that has already claimed so many lives. Asad Bey, Al Jazeera, Ukraine.
Okay, let's take you to Sudan now, where cases of malnutrition have surged in the capital since the army regained full control of the city from the paramilitary rapid support forces. More than
Sorry, it's just it's on a loop, so there's not really anything new. Yeah, I've pumped 20 minutes, and it's up to, well, it's not even up to 3 games. It's still so concerning, man. Gonna let it pump some more because there's still a lot of empty tank, and we are kind of coming up into these mountains, and the winds are high through here too. Thinking about my drop off, making contact with the dealership Tuesday, the 1st of July, and also my prosthetist is a few hours south of my house, my home, and so I feel like it might be wise to go by there while going up from Portland area. So I need to try to see about getting in contact work. And right now, that's really all that matters. But the new one, oh my gosh, it's so light, right? It's like the spring, the carbon fiber spring spoon type foot that you see like people running on in the Paralympics. That's like the foot that I'll have basically every day. So it's pretty incredible. And now we're up to 3/8 and rising. So this is great. I mean, it's cool how it works and everything, as long as it's not leaking. They did find that the filter had some damage, and they did see that it had some areas where it's showing that it was like leaking. And then they put a new one on there, and it's not had any new leaks on that. But it still kind of feels sometimes like it could be losing. It's just difficult to know for sure without actual evidence. It's hard to know how reliable each of the gauges are too. This one's delayed in responding. The combination of a float with some kind of electrical, so it could be an issue with that. It's crazy, bro. I don't even know. And that one back there, it seems like the top half of it moves real quick and the bottom half moves real slow. I don't have a way to like verify that. It's just what I've been observing over time. This is a very large toy hauler right here. Triple axle Raptor. This is very similar to my family's RV. Oh, and look at that. He's got the single rear wheel F350 full ton. He's got a very similar truck to this one. I don't know that it's a long bed and all that, but I'm just saying it's similar as far as the power and suspension. Okay, now we're almost up to the half. So I think it should be higher by now, but I don't know. One guy just said he's booked solid until the 14th. This is really supposed to just be delivery of a finished leg. It's not supposed to be a fitting or anything like that. He's normally very like, oh, just come in and I got a few things, but I'll get to it when I can, you know, as long as you're willing to come in and wait, stuff like that. So this is a lot different. I'm gonna just let that resonate for a little bit because that's concerning. This looks exactly the same. I'm not gonna mess with that right now either. Look how gorgeous that water is down there. And then there's another one of those little, like, almost like a little island to yourself. Right in the center. I don't know, but I thought I even saw some driftwood that you could use for, like, fire and stuff. That's so cool, man. An hour and 6 minutes. So it's moved up just a little so that it's like actually on the half, but it's not going above it yet. I'm gonna wait another 6 minutes or so. See what it does. I don't know, man. It's being plausible about this thing with Netanyahu and his little show trial things, you know, just like Trump having his, right? I think they use it to kind of like try to boost support from the people, just, you know, so that they seem like they're not a part of the elite cabal. That's a big part of what they do. That's a big part of what they did with the Trump, is make it seem like it's him against the establishment when he's literally like the one that the establishment has been waiting for. Wow, that's a steep off ramp right there, brother. Hoo-wee. And then right back up off to this spot. Dang, man. Looks like some people might even overnight at that spot. see oftentimes them like wrapped in white something, white plastic, I guess. Seems weird. Putting damp grass inside of plastic ain't gonna get all moldy. Is that okay? I don't know. Maybe that's a nutritional bonus, but maybe not. Dude, I really don't know. Tesla guys flashing me to say, yeah, come on over, or why are you getting in front of me? It's hard to say. You know what I mean? But I don't know why he's not closer to this truck if he was going to try, you know what I'm saying? So he hung back and continued to leave a gap, and I need to get around that camper. And I might as well get around this truck too, because look, he's right there. Watch him go flying by and trying to change lanes real close to me so he can give me a piece of his mind. Or not, let's see. Maybe he's going to be totally actually come to a complete stop on a steep grade, it takes a lot more to get going. Way better off to keep her down from 5 or 7 miles an hour than just sit there and come to a complete stop. Yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated with the fuel situation again. It didn't even actually move the road. Like, I mean, it did, but not like 10 minutes worth of pumping should have moved it. What the freak is going on with that, dude? And who am I actually gonna get to like look at this too? That's the other thing. Kenny Truck Center Monroe is like, oh, I don't really deal with that. I see people with external fuel tanks all over Washington, and I don't know where. To pass me off is sitting here in the right lane. What? I don't think that you're from around here, are you? Yeah, look at how gorgeous. Oh boy, those rocks up straight ahead of me. Left side. Yeah, you're gonna get quite the view. Here on out. recently patched or whatever. He must have been like, alright, there we go, it's fixed. Right. Myself on that last mountain because I thought that was going to be the beginning of the big mountains that are coming up. So I'm starting to get excited, a little bit premature that time. What's going on here? Someone would come merging out of nowhere. Looked like they're gonna hit me, and I go to get out of the way, and this guy was flying up, making it so I couldn't get over there. So kind of trapped right there. Perfect little scenario for the simulation video game that they have you. Or like, this is why you need to drive under this vehicle or something. I don't know. But actually, if I would have slowed down, I think it would have made it worse. I'm not speeding. I'm saying if I would have slowed down more, it would have made it worse. I guess I should be anticipating a little bit more crazy things to go on because I'm near a more heavily populated area. Not hugely, but more than, you know, what we've been doing. 28 minutes. 30-gallon tank. If it does, I don't know. Maybe I can find that out. If it did, bro, that means that tank could fill this truck up 3 times. And change. And that hasn't been what I've seen. So it's gonna make me wonder, like, how big is the tank on this truck? And did it ever get, like, upgraded, perhaps? What? ...2017 Chevy Silverado 3500 HD fuel capacity. So it's saying 36. Also says 36. 63, everything makes perfect sense. Could it possibly be 63? What's that? What the hell did that just say? Oh, you know what? I think it could be the connection is like jiggling. diesel missing from the equation than to be on the ground. And it's not. So there's got to be something else going on. Maybe it does have a 63-gallon tank, and if it did, 63 times 20, I don't even know what that is. 1,260 miles on a tank. That seems like a lot. Am I doing the right math? 63 times 20. Yeah, 1260. Maybe it is, dude. Man, I'll be feeling like such a fool if that thing literally is 63. Towing capacity 15,000? I don't think so. Fuel tank 36. That's what it says. over this white line. That's all the lane I got. Abba, please help me right now, for real. Please help me. A freaking guy on a sit bicycle, a recumbent bicycle on the damn interstate at an overpass, sticking out into the lane. Are you kidding me? Appreciate it. What? I don't even know if you would have been able to see that on there. What's crazy too is this thing's always kicking up when nothing's going on, and then something like that, like braking, lane change, partial lane change, everything, and it goes, it's nothing. Nothing to see here. Yo, dude, what's this? It's definitely time for me to take a break right now. I'll tell you that right now. Wow, that was like beyond insane. Alright, so this is the last one. No, this ain't the last one. This is the last time that I'm gonna get diesel for like less than $3.50. And even that, it's like $3.20 something or something. Man, I just can't. That was some kind of next level insanity right there, dude. This seems like it's kind of crazy just based on how long it was taking all of them to go. I'm gonna go ahead and just try to wheel out here a little bit. There we go. Alright, hallelujah. I'm gonna grab some fuel and stuff, and I'll be right back. Alright guys, I got the fuel. is actually a lot of fuel. Let me just see if I can. I kind of pulled over with my flashers on, and I'm like a little bit anxious about my navigation. 333. Okay. So, shoot. Let's just talk about this fuel thing for a real quick second. I like to try to go over this on here. Wait a second. You know, it's not. It's interesting because it's not showing. I want to close this app and launch it again because it actually was not even showing up. Let me even see that I just got my gallons, because I am like very concerned about this. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? This is just beyond the BS, right? They didn't even get my... Should I go back in and complain because I just bought 50 gallons worth of gas? And they didn't even... I think the answer to that's yes. This is... Oh, I'm infuriated by it right now. They're like, oh yeah, we got it. No, you got nothing. Wait. What? Dude. Okay, I'm very confused right now. It's not showing on either app. I need to get going. I might just have to move on. I don't understand though. It could be some delay on the data or something. How bizarre, dude. Okay. Let's just press on. What kind of craziness is this anyways in this whole beast system, right? Okay. Oh dang, look at the size of that track hoe. Oh, you can't see it. That's reminding me of the one boxes that he used to operate. I'm gonna go ahead and just roll on out while I got the chance. Probably buy a shot, and I'm going to get to it as soon as I can. But so I got to get back on 90 west until I get to 55, it's called. But the thing is, I stay on 55 to 15, and then 15 to like, I don't even remember what it was, 8. Or 84 or something like that. But I mean, what's weird is, like, according to the technology, I didn't pump any fuel, but all my tanks are filled. So what would you think? Are you going to just authorize to turn on those pumps and then, it's 50 gallons worth of diesel plus the DEF that I got, which squirts out all over here every freaking time. It's so annoying. I'm trying to go slow and everything. It's gross, man. DEF is of the devil for sure. There's no doubt about it. It's meant to just ruin the lives of people who do truck. You know, the trucking industry. Like, even the pumps that deliver it they have short little hose. It's crazy messy. It sprays out all over the place. It's a joke. So Whitehall is basically like what I'm shooting for here. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But at some point I had punched in the address for the actual camping. Let me see here if I can do something. Triggered with this damn app right now. Like, I don't know how many times I've had this route up on my screen and now it won't come back on. Let's just try this for now. That's degrees. Blue skies. Right? Partly cloudy. Come on, bro. Look at this. So this still technically is Montana. However, I do feel like it's about difficult to reach. Just gonna set that there for a second. I'm just gonna place that there for a second. Slachia. Still in Montana, she said. And then once I start going down 55, then at some point, you know, that's when it's all gonna change. So what I want to be able to do is add my destination. I don't know where I'm going to be staying for the evening or anything like that. However, I need to verify how much time I'm going to have left on my driving because, okay, 3 hours. I'm probably going to, it says 3:45, but I'm probably just going to go with, let's see, 15 minutes would make it 5. So 8 was what I was saying before, so I could probably stick with that. I think that's a pretty fair goal. Definitely don't want to go over 8 p.m. Eastern. So switch back to here. So 30 minutes, 5:15. need you to come on though, because there's another big truck right up here. Oh boy. Come on now. Root beer. It's got kind of a brown looking truck. Let's see what it looks like in the sunlight. It's probably a pretty paint, actually. Oof. Oh, I don't know what that is over here. It's kind of black, actually. What's that all about? I don't know. Huh. Yeah, it's definitely an F-150. Flex fuel. Hybrid. Strapped down my bin, and that thing is heavy. Pretty over there though. Look at the view. Oh, you're about ready to get another great looking view over here. We're trying to get over in this lane because there's a big truck. Yep. See, that's why you didn't even get over there, Chief. Okay. Doing like some strip lining on this mountain that's straight ahead of me now. When I start turning, you're going to see it. The top of it is all like sliced up, deforested, and all kind of stuff. Let's let this hill run a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and let this run a little bit. All right, Abby, don't freak out. Everything's okay. As long as these big trucks don't try to pass each other while I'm here. That's going to cause a major malfunction. Dang, that is a high dollar truck arrangement right there. own dang self, alright? Just look. Everything comes with a label, so that you can't even use your own basic discernment, right? All the political correct speech and everything like that weaponized against anybody who would actually observe and notify or notice any patterns, pattern recognition, period. Create issues where there are no issues, and then they want to pretend there are no issues where there are issues. But nobody wants to acknowledge or understand that there's actually a thing called sabotage. And it ain't just a stupid song from the Beastie Boys. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, most people don't. You know, let it be. Let it be what it is. So be it. Aman. So be it, so be it. This is funny when they put a sign for bump and it's that. And you're like, really? It's like, have you not seen bumps out here that have no, and it's even in Montana, like, not like, oh, one state doesn't label them and the other state over labels them. It's the same dang state. So I only have two miles to 55, and that was kind of like, something for today. I mean, dang, bro, am I gonna actually get am I actually gonna, would it be possible? I remember seeing that tractor up on that ridge when I was coming the other way. You gonna see it? You gonna see it, right? Oh, dang, it's, the angle's so steep, I don't know if you're gonna be able to see that. But yeah, there's a rusty old tractor right up on top of that ridge looking like it wants to come riding down here. Oh, bro, it's funny. So once I get on 55, I'm gonna need to look for a place to kind of like regroup a little bit with my navigation and stuff. But 55 might not really be the kind of road that gives me that opportunity. So then I gotta try to ride out 55 to 15 south and just do it the old school way. That's all old school. Because once I'm on 15, I'm pretty sure that if I put in this address 6503 Southeast Alexander Street, it's going to route me 100% appropriately. Crazy like that. Sheesh. Alright. Trailer brake is operational, which should be an indication that the breakaway battery is holding the charge and or charge. At least that's my understanding. This here is the 14 footer. I don't know, but if I were to like look, I'm pretty sure you would have massive amounts of clearance. What's the clearance, Clarence? Hey, look at the deer and the little bear there. That's so cute. 25 through here. Man, that's a pretty trailer for sale, but it's only got 2 axles, and I don't think it's going to have the accommodations that I need for my house. Whitehall is home of the Trojans. Jeffrey Valley Museum, Lewis and Clark murals. This is a quaint little, seems like a Shalum little town, little village, whatever right here. Stop with the lock and all the other things, just stop. Drive me nuts. Okay, this is 55 and 69. Now it says 69 is left and 55 is right. 55 is what we're going for. I don't know, but I think there's folks that would lose their mind if they saw that flag sitting there like that, all wrinkled up, all wrapped around its own self. That's a quick delivery you got there, Mr. Ram. Oh, I got plenty of room. Okay, Baruk Atah Yahuah, here we go. Okay, this is also 25. So I definitely don't think I've been this way before. And it's cool. I like that she found this. I applaud that it is superior. So now you go this way. Stop sign there? Sorry about that. I didn't realize you would have to have a stop sign. That's crazy. Seems almost wrong to make you have to stop like that. But okay. 35 here. So we're going to walk it up just a little bit. This is Pipestone Creek. And I don't see no creek nowhere. What a tiny little camper that is. Tiny little, cute little camper. Okay, now we're going 45. Can't tell if that's okay here. Ah, look at that little wagon. Ain't that cute? It's like a school or something, like a little church school type. Okay, other campers coming from this direction, so it must be okay as far as clearance goes. I mean, that horse trailer is pretty tall. Okay. Pretty much exactly 3 hours based on my 8 p.m. Eastern safety net, boundary, whatever you want to call it. Oh wow, look at this. 70 in the daytime and 65 in the nighttime or something like that. Yep, that's what they're saying. Trucks is 65 too. It's like nighttime for trucks. Just kidding. I think that's, well, like I kind of feel like that's pretty darn fast. I mean, I don't know. So it's telling me I'm on this guy for 15 miles. However, if I see a sign that tells me I-15 and 22 miles or something like that, I'm not gonna worry about what this thing is saying at all. Might even back it out and type in the 6503 Southeast Alexander and see if it figure it out, because it wants to loopy. Can't like you. Google Maps, don't know why you're doing that, what you do to do. Messing folks up. Okay, there's a truck behind me. I didn't realize it. I can at least try to go, the speed limit. I'm not going over. I'm just saying. I was probably going 55 and I could have been going 65, so I just want to speed up. I actually like going on roads like this, although like sometimes there'll be like all of a sudden there's a stop sign, it's going like you're going 65 and then it's like 45, 35, 25 stop sign. I'm like, dang, that de-escalated quickly. And you gotta watch those too, because they can be sitting right there waiting, knowing that some folks are going to come through here. Yes, go for it. Come on with it. There you go. It's a lot of land out here again. Once again, like open country. Kind of makes you curious what I don't know, costs and stuff like that would be like, So I'm not saying that this would be the spot that I would like, but I've thought about Montana before, and if it was like, it might be some of the best prices, it might be, and if it was, like, think about if you could actually get, like, I would even just start out saying 6 Qadash households. And I mean, I want to see the head of that house walking in the feasts, having that meekness, that strength under control, not weakness, but also not like, how the world can be ego and pride and all. I don't have time for all that. We need to be correctable. To stand firm on the things that are foundational, fundamental, like facts, right? Nope. I dang sure wouldn't want to sojourn with somebody who tried to come off like they're already doing everything perfect either. That's a flag for me. I'll be on high alert, because bro, you've been hated by the world and walking by yourself for like 40 years, then maybe I might see that and be like, yeah, no, this guy is wise, right? Look at all the lambs, family, dude, look at that, see? Something I want to have like that. Did you see all those lambs? Oh! Yeah, I just feel like it's a thing. Like lots of folks have horses and cows and stuff like that. It's not a lot of shepherds' lamb like our history. Okay, I got a message. I'm gonna actually try to put the headphones on because I think it's a little bit safer right now than trying to reach across, because this road is tight and narrow. And I don't want to overextend myself. baby. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I am on 55, and it is pretty high speed and narrow, so I might not be able to get to all the messages as quickly as I would like, okay? Please be safe. I love you guys so much. Mwah. Okay, now I need to be able to get back to the map. Okay, there we go. Baruk Atah, I'm going to keep these on for a little bit because I feel like there'll be other little messages to grab real quick. Great though, really, overall, you know. I'm high focus, very high focus on this part of the road right here. Now let me try something. I'm gonna try to zoom out a little bit on my big map. It's Silver Star 287. See, I don't know what's going on with that. I can't. Dude, why? Like, where is 15, you know? See, and there really isn't a place to pull over. This is what I was saying, I was concerned about. But when I scouted ahead right there, I did not see... Slow down. I did not see how I am supposed to go. My Asha said 55 to 15. Like it was just bing bing. Well, the road split and neither one of those said 15, and so I'm like very confused. Let me try to zoom out and see. Okay, there is 15 right there. So how would that go? Okay, if I zoom out one more level, 55 disappears like as if it ain't even a thing. Yeah, because this is going to tell me how to get to a place called Silver Star, which is like also like exiting off of the road, and I don't want to do that. But maybe there's like a little place I can pull off in Silver Star that's like 55, maybe goes right through the center of it. That'd be perfect. What a little valley we're in. Look at this place. Yeah, dude. I'd be all about having some land over here. It wouldn't even need that much. Look, this right, there's water. Shoot, bro. I mean, that's living water right there. Right? Ain't that flowing? That might not be, but along that whole tree line, right? All that is because there's water right there. That's why that's there. And I don't know. I would be like kind of wondering, what are they charging for that? And I don't know if it's a flood thing, whatever. But think about it too. Like if you got, like we got a fifth wheel, right? So your fifth wheel, if you put it out there, near there on a patch that looks up some, the water is gonna have to raise all the way up over the tires and all that, right? Your house is already like off the ground. So I don't know. Could be a thing. And it might be a little bit too cold stuff. I'm not sure. You could properly insulate all that. And I really want to go sojourn next to my Aki though. That's really what I want to do. I don't know if I was going to open that door for us or not, but I do allow that he do. Okay, so this is calling it 41 South, but nothing really changed. Silver Star's in 4 miles. I'm allowed to go a little bit faster. Twin Bridges, and then Dillon. So what I need to check and see is what those are like. Oh dang, I got another message. Here we go. Oh, it's a short one. I'm trying. I am trying to be safe, my baby. The safest thing I can do right now is keep my hands on the wheel and my eyes on the road. That's the safest thing I can do. birdie, birdie. I know you. I know. Oh. They're home safe and all, and that little event got canceled. That kind of sucked. And she said she was gonna go take them to the park. I was like, yeah, go ahead. That's why I said be safe, because I thought they were at the park. Now she's saying they're home safe in town, so they're home safe in town. Rocky Road. I mean, hopefully they had some time at the park and had a great time. But I mean, all that is now I need to talk to you because I need your help to figure out where I'm going to sleep. I got 3 hours till then, and it's not really that easy for me to just sit there and do push to talk and all the rest right now until I figure out how to get at least on 15. I think it's pretty right through here myself. Look at those folks up on that hill. Look at that place. I don't think I'm in Idaho. But I don't know. When did it change? When does it change? I'm sorry. Not when did it, when does it? Or maybe it already done did. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's telling me like in less than a mile to turn on Cherry Street, and that's not something that I want to do. But I will look for a place along this. See, there's doing that thing that I was telling you about. See how it says 45? And then you just go forward just a tiny bit more. It says 35. There's water running right through there, all through there. And there's little trailers and things right in here. So I'm pretty sure this is going to just turn into 25. And I'm actually going to find a place, Baba willing, right along this little road. That's where it was going to have me turn, right down that Cherry Street. I'm not turning down that little Cherry Street. You kidding me? So there is not really a place. All these little streets are like dirt roads. So the only thing I really could do, which I don't think I need to, let's see, 6503 South does it. Okay, that's the place. Come on, Google, be worth something here, bro. Like, there is not really, like, you're going to tell me turn around? I'm not doing that. It's like searching, like, as if it has no signal. Thanks be that nobody's banging down my door to get past me right now. See, there's a couple other people that have my idea. That looks like a bald eagle nest right there. Literally. See, look at this little piece right here, and they're building some property. See, they got multiple little huts. Look at that. See that? Dude, and they got like little teepee things. Oh, dang, that would have been a place like, put one of those on this side, please. Put one of those on this side, I'm definitely gonna like swing out for a second. Yeah, look, they just out there cut all that grass and put in little bales of hay, and then they gotta sit there and feed their livestock probably. table. Okay. So it's definitely trying to give me like some multiple choices right now. I seriously need to pull it over somewhere. So I think I might just do that because there is like a little rant. I'll turn this on. I'll pull up past this person's driveway so I'm not interfering with that. Get a little bit off the roadway in case if somebody's coming. And do my investigation right here. Baruk Yahuah. Okay. So that is where I'm going. She did say 15 to 84. So I'm coming on down. This one. Boom. 12 miles. I'm sorry. 12 hours. Okay. At least I have, that on there. And my tank is filled. And my truck, she is able. We are going to get back out on the road again. Come on, girl. Yeah, it's gorgeous right here. I love this, like, wetland, like all the water. Right through there. So that's gonna actually be Mass 65. And I don't mind doing that now that I at least have some kind of. So I'd stay on this for 8 miles and then looks like I'm turning on something called 4th Avenue for a sec, but this is just to connect to 15. So this road is just to connect me from 90 to 15. There also is a more direct route. However, I think that the issue was that we were trying to find a way to not go into Wyoming and not go into Washington because they would both require permitting. And I mean, it's okay, but like, she's like, no, I found a way where you won't even need to. And I'm like, really? Cool, well, let's try that. So that's what this is all about. And I wanted to be able to go over it with her, but I think I got it okay. And I'm not gonna just like stop working to wait to speak to her, kind of a thing. See that water? That's the water I'm talking about right there. And if you could literally like reside off of that, I'd pull water right out of there for dang near every purpose. I don't know what kind of purpose I wouldn't use it for, if you know what I'm saying. Like you probably would be a way to pull it into your fresh water tank and to draw it through some kind of filter and pump and then let it go right through the city water hookup is what I meant to say of your RV, right? So pump, filter, boom. People might think, oh, I have to boil it and this and that. I don't know that that's true myself, but look at this. It's going right off of those rocks right there. That kind of stuff too really does help filter water. I mean, yeah, it could be contaminated, but so could your stupid city water. Like, come on. Be real about the thing. Yeah. And also, so like drinking water, I'd want to get a well though too, if I could. I mean, why not? Right? I don't know why not. Money, time, resources, people, community together to do something like that, to get wells. That's what our people did. They got wells. They dug them. Heck, you could drill them. Look at all that beef. Dude, look at that. That's like 100 head, and there's grass all around them. So don't tell me that this can't be done. And this one over here is getting sprayed, and they're not in this, so they'll be over in that one for a while. Then once that gets chewed down a bit, you just move them on over to this one, right? You just keep it moving, different pastures, and they just make steak, make steak, make hamburger all day long. What? Then it don't matter really. If you think about it, you're feeding 8 mouths, 80 mouths. You're slaughtering 10, 20 steer a year, plus you're probably bartering. Like, I'd want to get involved with bartering with the First Nations, if there's tribesmen around, if there's elders and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, go back to the roots. Like, we should trade. Like, you guys have skins, and we got jerky, for example. I don't know, different things, right? It might sound really primitive to some people, but that's just because you're so brainwashed, honestly, into believing that you need all this stuff that we don't actually need. We don't even need it. Imagine going and taking a dip in that water that's flowing over those rocks. It's like crystal clear. You would be cooled off. And I don't even know about frequency and all this stuff, because that water is not like your shower water. You go in that water, you're going to be rejuvenated, refreshed, like revived. You are. I know it. Any of that stuff that's passing all through that kind of just Abba's creation, it's pulling up from the earth, our rocks, all right. Yeah. When you think about that, it's where Shemayim and Aratz meet, because the water is coming from the mountain, touching up into the sky, pulling it down, and then it runs along the earth. So when we were looking in the distance and we go, oh, look at that, you see that mountain? It's covered in snow up to the sky. Yeah, that. It's the heavens and the earth meeting like that. Look at that, dude. So this is almost to wherever that like turn would be that I was talking about. Twin Bridges. Out of here, dude. This thing's popping up all the time. Go away. I didn't realize I was going to dig this place so much. This place is pretty cool. Now we're going down to 30. This is called Twin Bridges. State champions, really? I guess, you know, if you needed something, you could run into town here. You could, right? see a big old boy right here. He's got 2 massive trailers. I'm going where he going. You see that? Trucker's trying to tell him, come on by, but you don't want to move. You don't want to do it. Madison County Fairground. I hope I don't have nobody behind me. So now I'm on 27 miles on this. And I got 12 hours, right? But I still got like 11 hours to go tomorrow, and I was even wanting to save some of the drive for Tuesday because I want to go to, should have put that in already, but I'll change it. One of the, can't think, sorry. In my fuel app, fuel book, there was one other like Flying J that was pretty much like along the way, and I was gonna go there, get a shower, and then, continue on the rest of the way. Dang, I'm not making no sense. I'm so sorry. What am I thinking about? Tomorrow night, go to the Flying J to get the shower. Right? Find a place to sleep tomorrow, then go a few hours through Portland when it's like 2 or 3 a.m. just when it's kind of dead as possible. That's what I was wanting to do. Alright, I'm gonna get up to speed here because I'm not very focused right now. Look at all this cattle here. Look at this whole huge pasture that there. There's probably 20 or 30 of them in there. See, they got like a cabin with an outbuilding, and then they have all the land. That's it. I don't know what this is here. There's a little rec area, picnic table, porta potty. I don't know if you're allowed to park right along that fence. If you can, why don't you spend the night right there? I'll take my little bin, go put it on the picnic table, and fry me up some chicken. For real. This is the view. There's nothing wrong with any of this. Not to me. There's another little spot right there. I don't know, that one could be private. I know it's hard to say. Horses right there. That's some old trucks. Real old. Irrigation. Bunch of steer red heifers. That water flowing right through there. Right through there. Bovines up there getting a drink. All day long. Every day. Just keeps on flowing. What? You know what I mean? See? More right here. A couple RVs on that piece. this for real? Wait, what, baby? Oh, I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be going. What the heck is going on, dude? Wait, what? 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 This thing is making me turn around when I totally should not have turned around. I'm pissed right now. I hate Google Maps. I already had it going, and it's trying to make me turn around and go all the way back the freaking way I just came from. Stupid thing, dude. Dang, I'm so upset. I was like, why do I gotta turn right here? You don't. Birdies. This is kind of funny because it's called Page Lane. It's not spelled exactly the same as my mother's maiden name, but it's pretty dang close. I mean, Page, right? I don't know what's gonna happen up here because, like, I don't want to be turning on nobody's private property and stuff like that. And I don't want to be that guy who's like, that GPS told me to turn right here. I'm so sorry. This is jacked up, bro. There's a car behind me. Stupid thing. Like, I was already going the proper way to 15. Like, you know what I mean? It just, I got confused by it popping up and telling me to turn. Why? See here how they wrap this? They wrap the hay bales in some kind of like C-Ran wrap or whatever it is. This definitely doesn't seem like somewhere that I want to be going. Yahuah rebuke all these tech company, freaking mogul giant, whatever you want to call them, bro. Okay, descendants of giants, all right. This thing here. Are you empty? You're freaking empty.